Howdy, Chiefs, and welcome back to the final week of Clash in Action. This is the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
That's right, we are back for the fourth week of the Snapdragon Pro Series, the supreme authority in Clash of Clans esports. With only 1 week left for qualification, the teams are doing everything they can to make it to the very end today for the last opportunities to get into the season finals. We've got $50,000 up for grabs, as well as a ticket to the last chance qualifier of the Clash of Clans World Championship, $1 million prize pool event. So there is so much money, so high stakes, and so much honor to be gained on the field of battle today. My name's Woody, and I'm so pleased to be casting alongside two superb gentlemen. Let's bring them on right now. First off, we have Clash Bashing, and he is joined by Eve Maxey. Bash, let's go to you first, man. How are you doing today?
Oh, Woody, I'm great. I can tell you're pumped up. I'm pumped up. We're going to decide our fourth winner, but also decide those final four spots. So I'm really looking forward to this as we have some really interesting scenarios.
Yes, I agree. I couldn't be more excited about this last Open Cup, and in just 1 week we'll have the season finals, so they are just around the corner as well. So whoever wins today will go into the season finals with a lot of momentum, that's for sure.
Absolutely, and we have got so many teams that have been competing for weeks to get to this place. Lots of momentum building up and a lot of excitement from those squads that all have leaderboard points. But there will only be one team that can guarantee their advancement with a win today. Let's go ahead and look at the format and summarize what's been going on for the past few weeks. So we are in Cup 4 of the Open Qualifiers, with the last 8 teams that have advanced seeking to move on to the Open Finals, Bash.
That's right, Woody. We've been playing through here our past 4 weeks. This is our final one. We have our we have 3 winners. We'll have our 4th winner today, and then we have a points leaderboard, which I'm sure we're going to be talking about a lot because we have ties, tiebreakers, we have teams playing, but the 4 top teams from there will go on to play in our double elimination grand final, which will be next weekend, with the winner of that getting a spot in the last chance qualifier, getting that silver ticket. And taking a look at our leaderboard, things are tight up top, Maxi.
Yes, very much so. We have HTM Esports with the lead there, and then we have 3 teams at 50 points, but just one of those teams made it to today, Millesime MG. Then we have Synchronic right behind it with 45 points, and they are also in today. And all the teams behind that are not qualified today, so no team behind the 5th place team can get any points today. So it is between those teams and the teams we have here playing today for the remaining 4 places in the season final. But Woody, let's take a look at the 8 teams who are fighting it out today.
Let's do it! This is our last bracket. Marcos Esports, a new team in the Snapdragon Pro Series, but no stranger to super high-level competitive Clash of Clans. They are going to be going up against Millesime MG, a golden ticket holder and a squad that is already guaranteed to advance to the season finals. Next up, we have Furious 5 versus Dizzy Blast, 2 teams that both would need to win the grand finals to move on. Synchronic is the next, going up against Ice Empire. Synchronic actually is the only team that has been in every Snapdragon Pro Series open bracket all 4 weeks running. And then in the very bottom, that bracket's already off the screen, but it's the Momentum Shifters versus Team Mohaimeno. Both of those teams also would need to win today if they want to be able to move on to the season finals, Bash.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty interesting week. I mean, we have a team like Millesime, we have a team like Synchronic here, and they can really play spoiler and not let any of these other teams in. But I mean, some of these teams we haven't seen yet, if they win, they're in. That's the big thing here we're going to be keeping our eye on. So, I don't know. It's going to be a really interesting week to see how these first few matches play out, that's for sure.
Yes, absolutely. And as we took a look at the schedule, we learned that the first match that we're going to be showing you on stream is going to be the Millesime match. And they are taking on Marcos Esports, a very well-known Indian squad. And yeah, they have been in many competitions. And the game has already started. It's going to be Bash and me for this one. Woody sitting it out and taking break already. And Bash, take it away. We have a Root Rider attack.
It's me, Maxi. I'm here with you for the first one, as best I know. Bash, you can correct me.
Well, I'll work with you too.
Take it away, fellas. Take it away. You got this.
It is going to be a deep dive with that Battle Blimp, making it all the way into the core. Not going all the way to the Town Hall, but still doing its best to crash in against those multi-archer towers, supporting this big push for the Root Riders. Folks, you all know how this Clash of Clans esports scene works. In a 5v5 setup, it's the team that scores the most stars, and those stars are earned in these battles one at a time by scoring 50% damage, taking the Town Hall down, and that third star gained from taking the Town Hall along with 100% damage. But it is all about the time for this first hit from Tryhard, because if both teams get 15 stars, it's the team that does the quicker attacks that will win the war. Tryhard is crashing in against the Town Hall, but is really running out of steam here, Maxi.
Yes, and as we were a little bit confused, or I was confused about who I'm casting with, this is not looking as intended, I think, because the Town Hall is still up. Tryhard trying to send in some barbarians, but yeah, the Queen is able to get the Town Hall. There are still some buildings left, and you don't want to start an attack in a war with a 2-star these days. Woody, but it's close, awfully close.
Very close. The Queen is doing everything she can to try to take that scatter shot down, but it is not gonna work. But look at this, Maxi. We have got 4 ground targeting defenses. None of them are able to hit the Phoenix. So the Phoenix is potentially going to try to save this raid, as a healer actually soaks one of the big black bombs that could have killed it as they pivot off to go try to heal that barbarian up. The Phoenix now is in a race for its life with 1 minute remaining and 4 structures to try to take down. Is it going to be able to do it in time?
Yeah, well spotted there with the Seeking Airman, but that's the same thing that I was wondering, the exact thing that I was wondering about. Is there enough time? Okay, the Expo at least has only half health, so that means the Phoenix will get it pretty quickly. Yes, and I think you're right. After that, 2 more defenses, unless there is a black bomb just being next to this.
Don't say it. Don't jinx it, Maxi.
I think he will get it.
Well, he's going to take down the cannon. The mortar's the last target as long as it can position well. There it is! There's no sinking air mine. The Phoenix gets the lock, and with 15 seconds left, by the skin of his teeth, the closest 3-star strike that I may have ever seen at all. Definitely this year, with 1 unit left alive and 4 defenses, that little Phoenix is the savior of this raid. And Millesime MG are in an extremely tight spot as far as time goes now. I don't think that they're going to have any chance of winning a time-based tiebreaker, but they did get a 3-star hit, and so have to start holding out hope for a defense, Maxi.
Yeah, exactly. Because even though Tryhard will be happy that this was a 3-star after all, he won't be happy with the time. And we know from the last 3 weeks of the Open Cups that the timing is most of the time what matters between those pro teams, because they are well able to get 3 stars in all of their attacks, and then it often ends in a 15-15 tie where it comes down to the time tiebreaker. Yeah, since we were confused in the beginning, I missed what the blimp was actually doing. If he was planning to get the blimp all the way to the Town Hall, maybe we will find out later on today. But first, let's take a look at Marcos Esports' first attack. Interesting, Mr. Adil not having a maxed equipment here. But I guess that won't hold him off the 3-star, Woody.
Yeah, Barbarian King's charging in the top left corner there, taking a big compartment out he's not going to be worried too much about this early setup, which is looking beautiful to get the funneling done for those Root Riders. That left corner of the base has just been obliterated by both the King and the Siege Barracks stacked on top of each other, while the right side corner is getting that big Root Rider army applied. We do see a Tesla farm popping up in the bottom left section of the base. The Queen was not able to sweep that out with her initial foray, but still looking very strong with it. Eternal Tome popped there by the Grand Warden to keep those Root Riders safe. They'll be going in toward the core as the Overgrowth is going to be wearing off shortly.
Yeah, it's looking very, very good. The Royal Champion still has the ability, which is good news. Oh, unfortunately, she's caught in the Tornado Trap. And this could be a little bit of a problem unless she's in range of the Town Hall, which she is. And with the help of the Rage, she takes it down easily. And I think Mr. Adil will have enough juice to take this base down in very fast style here with 1 minute and 23. Way faster than Tryhard's attack.
Superb strike, and Marcos Esports are going to be very happy with Mr. Adil's performance. Because they are attacking after Millesime MG, they now know that as long as they score 3 stars every time and don't dawdle, they ought to be able to peel a win off of a golden ticket holding team. An extraordinarily difficult task to pull off, but it seems that the odds are in their favor right now, Maxi.
Definitely so, and I think they could even come in with more safe strategies than the one we just saw from Mr. Adil. Of course, the Root Riders are very strong, but we learned also in the past couple of weeks that it is very safe to bring more than 1 Overgrowth spell. Most of the times we see 2 of them, which makes the attack a little longer, but it's a little safer to 3-star because the troops can take around a minute to clear all the defenses around the Town Hall and some major defenses that are close to the Town Hall. And I think Mr. Adil was probably not able to change his army that quickly, or his plan, because he just saw the Tryhard attack right before his own attack. But for the other 4 attackers, they still have enough time to switch things a little bit. So let's see how this slow 3-star from Tryhard will impact their attacks in the match.
All right, well, Marcos Esports and Millesime MG, neither of these 2 teams are known for missing. They are superb strikers and go really quick in most cases. We got a little bit of an unusual start there from Tryhard, to be quite honest, but I guess this squad does know that they've already qualified for the next round of combat because they made it to the stage today. They already have 60 points, so even if they happen to drop out here, there's not a whole lot for them to lose. Really, they're just playing a spoiler right now, trying to prevent Marcos Esports, a really formidable team, from having that opportunity to move on. But with everything that Marcos needs just given to them right now with the first round of attacks out of the way, I think that they're going to be very happy to try to play it smooth, keep their heads level, and just go for the gold. 15 stars ought to be enough to get them on to the victory without having to worry about time. And so I think that this second attack from Millesime MG is also going to slow things down a little bit. I wouldn't expect to see Millesime trying to race to beat the clock. I think it's going to be more likely that we get some pretty slow, measured attacks from both teams, maybe even start to transition to Laloon hits later on in this war. But for Max, it is going to be another Root Rider assault. We saw a little bit of the equipment there, Healer Puppet and a Giant Arrow for the Archer Queen. But pretty standard pet setup, and wow, the Archer Queen's actually going to be firing along the top left line of that base. Bit unusual for a Giant Arrow to not cut straight into the core. What do you think of this setup so far, Maxi?
I think it's looking very good. The Queen ability early, of course, is nice because the healers come out and yeah, definitely help the Queen, maybe even the King if they switch target in between. At the same time, you have the Root Riders going through the core of the base. A nice overgrowth spell there, well timed from Max just as the Warden ability ran out. And so far I think the setup is looking really, really nicely, and we know that Max is one of the fastest attackers who adapted very well to the new meta earlier this year. And yeah, he's still showing what he's got in this attack, and it's with 5 Super Barbarians and Rage Spell and 2 Freezes still in the back. This is looking very, very strong.
A solid start so far for Max, and with plenty of time to close this one out, holding on to that free spell as he waits for the remaining troops to collapse into the core, freezes that big old monolith, but there's no question at all that there are so many troops ready to demolish that town hall. The first, second, and third stars are all going to be claimed back to back to back as Max has done it, annihilates the core, and Millesime MG will come home with 3 more stars.
Great job there, and just what they needed now. They needed to get, regular, quick 3 stars now to at least apply a little bit of pressure onto Marcos Esports, because as you well pointed out, Millesime MG have their ticket to the season finals already, just by the points they have earned so far, including today. So the pressure is from the beginning on Marcos Esports' side, because they have not collected any points so far. So they only have one shot, one opportunity today to get to this final match and either earn 50 points and make it through the tiebreakers, or get the direct qualification for the season finals. And so far it's looking very good for them, but if Millesime MG is keeping on getting quick 3 stars, they might be nervous, and they might have this one slip up where they have a slow attack themselves, or maybe even a 2-star. It can happen anytime, as we saw in the weeks before.
Well, with Marcos and Millesime competing today, I'm sure they'll appreciate the wordsmithery that you've brought. M and M are both going to be doing their best to fight onward today with this one opportunity. Marcos knowing that they have to win not just this war, though, but 2 more afterwards, the semifinals and the grand finals. We would get a chance to watch both of those wars onward later today, but it is really still just the beginning of our match so far. We cannot get too much ahead of ourselves, as there's a lot still left to go between these 2 teams, battling it out for the opportunity to be able to play in the season finals. We mentioned it before, but there's $50,000 up for grabs there, as well as that last chance qualifier ticket. That's all the more reason to get into the season finals, because not only does Millesime MG already have an entry to the Snapdragon Pro Series season finals, they already have a golden ticket. So it's like a doubly important reason for Marcos to want to try to win this war, because this is really one of the final opportunities that they have to get into the pro scene for 2024, with so many chances just coming very terrifyingly close, but not yet clinching it, Maxi.
Yeah, definitely. And they have never been to a World Championship, so I guess that is their big dream to once make that. And Kamal Jeet is now coming in with another Root Rider attack to get closer to achieving that goal. We can see the average time on the right side. Of course, it improved a little bit with this 1 minute 19 second strike from Max, but they still have a lot to catch up, Millesime. And it depends on Marcos Esports' speed in their attacks. And so far, this is looking like a very solid, very quick attack that could finish around the 1 minute 30 mark. But of course, we have to watch out for the traps in these bases, because Millesime MG also have some very well-known and very experienced base builders. And of course, the Root Rider attack is one of the most standard attack strategies at the moment. So they might have prepared special traps, special Tesla farm placements, and so on for this type of attack strategy.
Yeah, there's very few things that can really throw you off at this point, but traps might be one of them. We almost saw a big loss from Tryhard earlier on, who barely salvaged the rest of his attack off, but it doesn't look like Kamaljeet's having any difficulty with this base. He is marching on toward that final section on the right corner and dropping the last remaining troops for a few more seconds. It looks like this is going to be an easy clear 3-star once again for Marcos Esports, the third one of the day. The second one of the day for Marcos, looking for that tic-tac-toe off of the next strike. But the early war has definitely been in Marcos's favor. If it's worth mentioning, you can take a look at the time over there on the right side of the screen, with Millesime MG still having an average of over 2 minutes on their 2 attacks. Typically what we see for winners at this level is attacking at around that 80-second mark. So to be so far behind, I really still do think it's going to be an uphill climb for Millesime MG having to get a defense against Marcos Esports at some point in the next 3 strikes.
That's right. But I just took a look at the exact time. I think Kamaljit finished at around 1 minute 34. So that means Max was 15 seconds faster. They would need a little more than that, even with Tryhard's slow first attack. Whoops. But still, they caught up a little bit, and they showed Marcos Esports that they cannot be much slower than that. So at least there is a little bit of pressure, and we know that some of MMG's players are able to get around 60 seconds as well. We have seen sub 60 second 3-stars as well in the weeks before. For example, Bernal finished off with, I think, a 58 second attack last Open Cup. So anything is still possible, but that is what MMG have to deliver now after that start.
Well, tough start, but I'm sure that there is still a lot of fire in their bellies to try to get a win out of this one. There is a lot of war left on both sides of this match. 3 attacks left, and anything can happen, especially early hits and late hits seem to be the ones that can cause a lot of difficulty for attackers. That early hit from Tryhard, I think, really swung the favor back into Marcos Esports. With that big opportunity to win just on time without having to really push very hard at all. But you do see still from Millesime MG a willingness to commit to not rapid attacks, but still trying to keep pace here, because there's also the possibility that the same thing happens on Marcos' side. If they have some sort of slow hit later on, we might still yet have a competitive time race ahead of us. So it's going to be a big giant arrow to cut through the core of the base once again this time, and dropping additional spell support in there, earthquakes, to shatter a lot of those structures in the interior. We got that rage tower popped as well, and it's going to be big protection for the Root Riders, charging right into that juicy section of the base with an Eternal Tome to protect them, Maxi.
Yes, nice setup from Nachoa here. It's looking pretty fast as well from the start. He dropped the overgrowth spell quite early there. Now some super minions come out of the clan castle. That will accelerate things even more. The super barbarians sprinkled around the left side there to make sure that the queen directly targets the buildings inside of the base. He just has to make his way into the town hall eventually, maybe now, as the overgrowth spell runs out. So some of the Root Riders have to make their way there. Maybe he needs to rage them up, and this is looking like it can finish around 1 minute and 20.
Yeah, another really solid attack from Millesime MG. Nachoa gonna get that 3-star with little question left now at a solid timing. Just not going to be enough to get us back into a competitive race against Marcos Esports, although we will see the overall time remaining dip a bit below that 2-minute mark, and Marcos still at the 1:28 is starting to look a little tiny bit closer. But I do still think that Marcos are going to be just fine with taking the big hit there. They are still going to be swinging back and striking even harder with reliable hits. Even if it's going to narrow the war down a little bit, I still think Marcos are going to be fine with taking a 3-star there.
Yeah, but still the time was good, at least to apply a little bit of pressure. 119, I think, or 120. It's what we talked about. The goal is always to get an attack around this 80-second mark, even though Millesime are in a position where they might need even faster 3-stars. But talking a little bit about the road of Millesime MG in this season so far, they, as you said, have already gained 50 points before and have at least 10 today. So that means they will at least be in the top 4 of the leaderboard. So this is for sure. So they have only been in one other qualifier, and getting here was very important because they got those at least 10 extra points, and that is what secured the spot in the season finals for them. Without having qualified, it would have looked differently. And they qualified against none other than Na'Vi yesterday. And then when I looked up what their run was in the other Open Cup where they took part, they also won against Na'Vi. So that is quite interesting because we know that Na'Vi are obviously one of the best teams in the world and have become world champions in the past as well. And they have just gotten the last golden ticket for the World Championship. So this is where MMG and Na'Vi will have to maybe battle another time as well. So it's nice to see that between some of the most favorite teams, MMG is still able to show some great performances and take something away from Na'Vi. Otherwise, maybe they would have made it to the season finals.
Yeah, an important little back note there. I'm glad you were able to pull that out. There's still a lot of competition going on behind the scenes, especially at the high levels like this where big teams are doing everything they can to make it as far as they possibly can, get their names out there, to get the practice at the highest possible levels. But right now it's going to be Marcos and Millesime MG, Na'Vi having to wait in the wings for another opportunity to try to score those big points. But let's go back and watch this next strike. We've got Marcos coming on in next, and it's Krishan Don for the third hit, trying to keep pace against a Millesime MG team that now has 1 minute and 47 total average attack time. Krishan Don needs to keep his attack around that minute and 30 to 40 mark to maintain that solid advantage. Brute Rider's going to be coming out the top side with the Eternal Tome coming in shortly after to protect them, as the Grand Warden, Archer Queen, Barbarian King are all spread out along different edges of the top left side of the space, cracking into multiple compartments and giving an easy entry toward that town hall.
Yeah, but it is looking very good so far. The early rage on the Queen was, I think, very valuable. Unfortunately, she went in with the Root Riders now. That is something you don't want to see, as you want the Queen to help out the King on the outside there, as you can see at the bottom of your screen, to take out these buildings. You want to have big damage dealing troops on different angles of the base to accelerate the time. And as this is not happening for Krishan Don, this opens, of course, a little bit of opportunity for MMG again, because it will slow down this attack and they can maybe catch up a little bit on time. However, this plan seems to have been so strong that Krishan Don will not need too much time anymore. He finishes at 1 minute 23. That is just 4 seconds slower than Nachoa. And yeah, this is not the amount of time that MMG need to catch up in order to still have a chance to win on time.
Tough finish once again for Millesime MG, hoping that they can get some sort of miraculous defense out of a squad that just does not seem to be giving them up easily. It is still going to be a tough race to the end with 2 more attacks left, but what else can they do besides just put up those 3-star strikes that they are so good at doing? Just need to make sure that time did not become a factor like it was in Tryhard's first hit. And it's sort of the heartbreaking part of Clash of Clans esports when aggression and offense are so heavily favored in a metagame like this one that you have to assume it's going to be 3 stars across the board from teams at this caliber. And so to have already gotten so far behind on the first war attack, you really got to wonder, what could they be doing differently now? Are they just thinking about the next war, the next day of combat, or are they still able to keep their minds focused right here and now on the next 2 strikes?
I think both of those teams are able to do just that. They are so experienced. Like, I'm not talking about month of experience, not even 1 or 2 years. These teams have been around forever, for like 5 years, since esports was born in Clash of Clans. For example, Tryhard, he was in the final of the very first World Championship back in 2019, and that is the caliber that these players have. And for example, Marcos as well, they have not been at the World Championship, unfortunately, as I said, but they have been in every community league, in golden ticket tournaments, monthly qualifiers and whatnot. So I don't think that they will be too nervous. It's such a pressurized situation they have been in time and time again, so this won't make too much of a difference. However, being the last attacker in a match where it's not decided yet, this always has a little bit of pressure that I think you can never get used to. You can cope with it maybe better, but it will never leave you cold and have no impact at all. So anything can still happen. I just did a little bit of math, and the total time difference is 1 minute and 3 seconds between both of these teams. So for just 2 remaining attacks, that would mean that Millesime would need to cut off 30 seconds of the time that Marcos is in front in every single attack. But Teampa is coming in, Woody, with a Rocket Loon attack, and we know that those can be really, really fast.
Yeah, we have seen sub 1 minute strikes here with Rocket Loon, and it might be one of the very, very quickest in the game, coming in on some occasions around the 50-second mark. But with Invis spells, oh no! The Grand Warden's Fireball strikes a hidden Tesla, and Teeper's plans have just collapsed. This is going to be a massive miss for Millesime MG, Maxi.
I wonder if he did this on purpose, because many players who use Rocket Loon attacks and the Fireball in the beginning in the past couple of weeks have gone over to use an Archer first to test for Teslas like this. And then they can use another invisibility for those Teslas. Like, I mean, Tempa still hasn't had an invisibility that he just used on his Queen. But I wonder if he thought, okay, it doesn't matter because we cannot afford even those 3 or 4 seconds. We just have to go all in. And because of that, he made the decision to just try it this way. But I don't know, it's I was thinking that this still could have a chance, but apparently not, as the troops are thinning out and the core is still standing strong, and this should finally seal the deal for Marcos Esports.
Well, you do see that the plan that Teamper had was ready for execution. If he had gotten that giant fireball instead of landing all the way on the edge of the base, to land just right there in the core, that's all the defenses that remain, or just like that one little spot where the giant fireball would have been able to take them all out. But you could see the replay there with that massive ability being wasted on the outer edge of the base. It didn't even get behind the walls. That one Tesla just really saved Marcos Esports' hide in that last hit, and that's going to be a 2-star strike now. If there was a time advantage before, a star advantage makes it even more clear that Marcos Esports is the favorite to win this one, and it would have to be an extraordinary upset out of the next 2 strikes for something to go wrong here. They know that they can just walk it in at this point with such a massive lead. I don't think I've seen a match like this since Germany played Brazil in the World Cup. When was that, back in 2012? Or 2014, right?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, that's
just tossing you a freebie there, Max.
I remember the day.
Yeah.
But there might be Brazilians watching, so let's not talk about that anymore. But yeah, absolutely, this is more or less it for Millesime MG. As we said, no hard feelings from them, I guess, because they still have the place in the season finals. They have their golden ticket, and you know, I think they're just in general satisfied of how the past couple of months have been going for them. But for Marcos, of course, this is a huge opportunity that they are still following right now. And I mean, of course, they have to get the last 2 attacks in, and they should be 3 stars. Even a 2-star would be enough if it surpasses the 86% mark. So I guess we talked a little bit about the nervousness and pressure on the last hits. I think now at least there shouldn't be too much pressure on them, because the players of this caliber can usually 3-star a base, even, you know, blindfolded or with their feet. We've seen it all.
Well, I certainly would give plenty of opportunity to our Brazilian friends watching, and to come back and vindicate themselves. You know, of course, the world champions right now in Clash of Clans are the Clash champs. That Brazilian squad has the top spot, still trying to defend it, and I think that there's a really solid chance of that still happening. But we'll look back now to the match at hand, where Marcos Esports will need just 2 more 3 stars. Any time is fine. They could even get a 2-star if they keep the percentage high enough and still get the victory over Millesime MG. Just don't do anything fancy at this point. If I were their coach, I would just be saying, just walk it across the finish line with those solid, reliable Root Rider strikes. We might even see an Electro Dragon or Mass Dragon army come out here or there. But So far, a relatively smooth start for Tanwar Sahab. He's cracking into this bottom left compartment with the Barbarian King and trying to jump over that wall, but that King is just getting gummed up by Ice Golems, slowed down and zapped apart by Teslas. He's already popped his ability, so he's going to have to wait for that Phoenix to pick him back up and see if he can do anything more. But Skeleton Trap pulling him away again. This King is just not getting the job done here, Maxi.
Yeah, it took him also a long time to deploy the Root Riders, but okay, the time doesn't matter anymore. But as you said, I think the King definitely did not get the value that he intended him to get. And with all the damage and the Ice Golems out of the CC, that was to be expected, in my opinion. We have the multi-inferno at the top side burning away those healers from the Queen. She doesn't have the ability anymore, so once the overgrowth runs out and the ground expo locks onto her, she won't have much longer to live. But with the spells that Tanwar Sahab still has, I think that he should be golden here. Royal Champion still has her ability, freeze up the Town Hall, rage everything around there, and then I think he should be able to take down this base easily.
Yep, the final corner is not going to provide any resistance for Tanwar Sahab. Marcos Esports just to march back up toward that multi-inferno, and it looks like the Royal Champion's going to get it done even without the Root Rider support. Finishes it off with one more strike, and that is going to be one attack left for Marcos Esports to find their way into the semifinals.
Great job by them. I wonder what MMG will do now. Maybe they have some type of very entertaining attack left for us in their last one, and then Marcos just have to bring it home with another at least 2-star 87% strike. But yeah, impressive stuff, and they have only used one attack strategy, Woody. I think just the Root Riders in every single attack, one overgrowth spell, and then, you know, as we usually see it, King with the jump spell, Queen with the healer puppet, and they were able to 3-star every single base. And of course, we cannot give too much value to the average time that they have now, because we know they just have to play it safe, so they won't go the fastest that they can. But still, they have a very solid average time of around 1 minute and 30. And yeah, I think with this, they still have a chance here in this competition. If they could maybe get it 5 to 10 seconds faster, the chances are even higher. But I mean, they take out one of the favorites today with MMG, so they will be very happy about that success.
Absolutely will. And the rest of the bracket, I think, should give them a little bit of pause and concern, but it's nothing that they can't win. If they can beat Millesime MG, I'd say that they've got a solid chance against any other team that is in this lineup. Dizzy Blast and Furious 5 are the next two squads that are going to be on their side of the semifinals bracket, whereas the other 4 teams will have to wait and see who's going to shape up to go up against them in the grand finals. But so far, Marcos Esports is the team that I think out of any of these has got the best chance at actually winning this week and being able to move on to the open finals that follows, and that $50,000 prize pool, all because of one stellar defense, could now be up for grabs.
Yeah, absolutely. And we just talked about Millesime maybe showing us something nice and fancy, and I think that's what we're seeing here. The Super Witch Druid attack strategy. Very nice. 7 Druids being used in total. We know they are the youngest troop in Clash of Clans. They provide some nice healing at the start, and finally they will become or summon a bear that has a lot of tanking power and can then help the troops out. So far, Kingsman has used a Stone Slammer at the top side, and the Druids with the help of the Super Witches with the help of the Druids at the bottom. But something I almost missed as well was a fireball onto the monolith. And the monolith, we know, does percentage damage. So the damage is higher the higher the HP of your troops are. And Super Witches, as well as the big guys that they summon, have a lot of HP. So he removed the biggest threat for Super Witches already. However, Woody, this attack is going in very slowly.
I think the eagle-eyed viewers out there will also have noticed that the Warden was met with a Tesla that popped up right where he got deployed. So Kingsman was careful not to make the same mistake that Teamper did in the previous attack in Millesime MG, taking that Tesla out. before he popped that Grand War giant fireball. But we do now see Kingsman making it into the core of the base, taking down the Town Hall. The second star is secured. Those big boys still looking very healthy out in front of the competition. And even with ground-based Expos firing away at this huge army, those Super Witches are able to summon additional big boys to protect on the back end. And with healthy heroes and a great complement of spell support to finish off the remaining left side corner, I think Kingsman is still set to get a 3-star, even though he's taken a long time to do it. About 50 seconds remain in this attack, and it looks like it's gonna work.
Definitely does. It seemed maybe this is the kind of safe 3-star strategy that they had prepared. If they would have been in a position like Marcos Esports is in now, because yeah, if we look at the time, this is awfully slow, but of course it gets the job done, and if that is all you need to do, then nobody cares about the time, just as it is with Marcos Esports now. But Kingsman definitely proved that he is very well skilled with this specific attack strategy, and yeah, nice shout from you there with the tester at the start. I didn't even notice, but yeah, he showed Tampa how it's getting done, so maybe he should give him some lessons before their next war.
Ooh, interesting suggestion. Well, I'm taking a look back at the stats one more time, and I'm noticing that with a 2-star 86% on team first hit, as long as Marcos Esports can get a 2-star 87%, they will win this war with the final attack still left. It is going to be coming in from, I'm not sure who they've got on their roster, either Amar Gupta or MWC for the final strike, but it should be an easy closeout hit. Not sure if they're going to bring Super Witches, same as we just saw, or something else entirely. But either way, I think that Marcos are going to be just a few more minutes away from advancement to the semifinals.
Yeah, that's what it's definitely looking like. And I have some news from our other semi-final that is being played at the same time. Furious 5 versus Dizzy Blast. And Furious 5 were able to get a perfect war, 15 stars, and Dizzy Blast have 12 stars out of 4 attacks so far. So it comes down to the last attack there as well. However, the average time from Dizzy Blast is a lot faster. So if they are just able to get any 3-star, they will get the victory. But back to this war now, Woody. We have the final attack from Marcos Esports. You just told us the benchmark, 2 stars, 87%, and so far MWC is looking good. It seems like his king will get a little bit more value than Tanwar Sahab's king before.
Yeah, and that little bit of value is going to mean a lot later on. Being able to take out an entire compartment, hopping over the wall, and getting some more work done just keeps those Root Riders even more safe. MWC with a Siege Barracks on the left side has got even more firepower creeping out of there. Although he lost his P.E.K.K.A.s going into the core, those Wizards aren't taking any damage at all. Those defenses still distracted against the Root Riders. And with Super Minions popping out now, one of the favorites on offense to pop into that Siege Barracks, MWC is still looking cleared for landing, taking down that air defense so it doesn't cause any problems for the Super Minions, as those heroes still in the core are going to be pummeling the remaining buildings that he sees there. Clan Castle, the next to come under fire, as that overgrowth still keeps those defenses out of commission, Maxi.
Yeah, the pathing is not looking ideal, but he held back the Warden ability until the very last second. And what I really liked is he waited for the Queen to step into the Warden aura, and we can see her nice and healthy in the core of the base with the ability still intact. And she takes down the Town Hall. What a nice Queen there from MWC, and he's about to get over, surpass the threshold of 87%. Just 2 more buildings, 1 more, and there we go. He gets the job done, and Marcos Esports will advance to the semifinals.
MWC dropping a little swag freeze for us, and as we surpass that 2-star 87% mark, it is guaranteed. With a 3-star, the nail is in the coffin, and Millesime MG have been eliminated from this week's competition. They are quarterfinalists, earning another 10 points, and the 60 points in total that they have on the leaderboard will be enough. Congratulations to Millesime MG, the first team with a leaderboard advancement in the Snapdragon Pro Series. But the bigger congratulations to Marcos Esports for having got the win over a golden ticket squad They will be moving on to the semifinals now as they're going to be waiting to face off against their next foe. I'm not quite sure if this is 100% confirmed yet, but it looks like Dizzy Blast did get the victory that they were looking for against the Furious Five. As reported on Face It, they have the win. So as long as we get that confirmed as well from our off-stream matches support from our admins, I think that we will be able to lock that in shortly. But let's take a look at the bracket. And yeah, there it is, Maxi.
There it is indeed. We don't know the exact time that they had, but their average time before the last hit was 1 minute and 14 seconds. So that is definitely something that Marcos will struggle to get with the attack speed they just showed. So they have to step up their game a little bit. But we know the first two teams in the semifinals from kind of our upper side of the bracket. And shortly we will move to the lower side where we will have some other teams trying to battle it out. For example, Synchronic Gaming, another team that already has a golden ticket, and another team, Woody, that has basically already secured their spot in the season finals, right?
Right, you are. Very excited to see how they perform with the last week of competition here now. But we've got a little bit of a break before we get into the next match. Stick with us as the next quarterfinal in the final week of the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 5 is coming up next.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Howdy, Chiefs, and welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We are in the Season 5 final week of competition. The quarterfinals are heating up, and I am so glad to welcome another co-caster back to the stage with me, Clash Bashing. I know you were watching that last game, and we have got another huge one ahead of us. What are your emotions so far for these teams?
Oh man, it's a tough break for Millesime when the war starts off like that, but I think they did a good job keeping their composure. They know they're still alive. They know they have a golden ticket, so they're fine. But let's go ahead and transition into our next matchup today. Ice Empire going up against Synchronic. Synchronic has been in every week of our tournament here. Ice Empire, we have yet to see them as we take a look at the roster here. Rokio, FK1, J Karos, Hulk, NGT Diego, and Matthias IA. These guys are a little bit of newcomers here on the big screen, but looking to make an impact, Woody.
Well, Ice Empire are certainly not the known name in this match, but they have made their advancement just the same. And it might be a past is prelude sort of storyline here, where Millesime MG, a team with a golden ticket that has already advanced to the Snapdragon Pro Series Finals, has lost. And now Synchronic, another team with a golden ticket that has already guaranteed advancement to the Open Finals, has to defend their position against an upstart newcomer in Ice Empire. But it certainly is an extraordinary lineup from Synchronic, and I think it would be a pretty significant upset if Ice Empire managed to peel a win off of them, Bash.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that, as we've seen Synchronic time and time again doing some amazing things, but we're hopping right into the action, Woody. Let's go. K1 from Ice Empire coming in. We have Dragons. Look at that giant arrow on the Queen with the healer puppet. Gonna look to pop that off early, a lot of times trying to take out one of the sweepers, or if not both of the sweepers on the base. Flaky Ball on the King will direct traffic. Ooh, the giant arrow goes a little bit left, but that might have been planned, as it might be for pathing here. The Queen will go ahead and follow those dragons up top, and now the King will work down towards the bottom, but I felt like he wanted to push that a little bit more interior on the base. We'll have to keep an eye on how that plays out as the Clan Castle troops are making their way to the Queen.
This is looking like a very heavy-handed entry point, but a bit of an awkward spread on these dragons, going for the top and bottom. Dragons are not going for the middle of this base at all, and it's a bit of a desperate freeze drop there to try to keep one more alive to take down that multi-target Inferno. K1 from Ice Empire did not get any protection for those dragons up on the top side, and they are now withering away, just holding on barely with some super minion support to try to take out that top compartment. They get the job done, and the last freezes out on the Town Hall compartment with that monolith shut down as well. But can he close this one out for the second star even?
Oh, I'm a little bit worried about this. This Town Hall is refusing to go down. You don't want to have a one-star fail. The Queen is pretty healthy over there, so she should be able to get through, but I don't know if he has enough to get the 3-star, as the Queen's now under fire. King does go to Phoenix, but that enemy King is defending. Oh. This might be a 1-star, Woody.
Enemy King defends along with a skeleton trap that pops up and distracts the heroes that are attacking. That Grand Warden has finally got a lock on the tower, and, oh, excuse me, that was an Archer Queen. It goes down. So the 2 stars have been salvaged by K1, but it is a terrifying spot to be in, as it seems like we do not have a whole lot left for Ice Empire to be happy about with that first attack.
Very interesting play there, bringing a Siege Barracks. A lot of times on these Dragon attacks, I mean, we have seen Siege Barracks from time to time, but a lot of times you're going to bring an area support troop or Siege Machine, whether it's a Battle Blimp or a Stone Slammer, just to kind of go with those Dragons or even help set the flank for the Dragons. And I don't know, maybe that could have been a different decision to help that out. Also, it felt like that Queen's Giant Arrow was a little bit off, but man, what is it about these first attacks, Woody? It's always either the first or the last attack where things go absolutely astray, and now they're going to find themselves trailing behind one of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very difficult start where once again, a squad missing in the first round of combat really just rewrites the script for all 9 remaining players. What you would expect to be a perfect v perfect possibility is now showing up, with Synchronic having the opportunity to win if they just go 3 stars across the board, not even having to go quick at all. Synchronic are a superstar squad, and with this opportunity now ahead of them to get an easy win with solid 3-star strikes, they don't even really have to show their hand to the opponents that they know are waiting in the wings, watching, trying to get a clue as to what their weaknesses might be. Synchronic have got to just play it smoothly, and they will get those 3 stars as they always have, whereas Ice Empire now have to hope for a defense of their own.
Yeah, and it was, what, 85%? So they're going to need not only a defense, but a pretty big defense. But I mean, at this point, everyone's kind of seen Synchronic every single week that we've done one of these shows. So I don't think Synchronic has too much more to hide. They're just so good that they're like, hey, can you stop us? This is what we're bringing to the table. We're going to have Simon coming in with the standard Root Rider attack. This is one of the favorites of all pro players, not only pro players, but Legends League pushers. One nice little twist here, though, is that giant arrow from the Queen just setting the pathing. It's going to go ahead and have that Queen go to the left side of the base. The Root Rider's all going to go right up the middle there at that 2 o'clock position, and then the Siege Barracks down there at 3. A really strong start here for Simon.
Yep, Queen with that healer puppet as well is going to have plenty of distance to cover, and she's got lots of healing to make that happen. Simon knows that she can just do the work on her own. She can stay alive. That Rage is doing a lot of work to keep her up as the healers are doing everything in their power. And with the Barbarian King out in front to soak a few more shots, I think that was perfect timing from Simon. I don't know why he's playing it so risky. But still, the Town Hall is down. 62% means that they are surpassing that 2nd star mark. And the Queen is just still barely holding on. Now finally goes down with a Monolith popping off on her, Bash.
Yeah, she was kind of flirting with death there the whole time, or getting knocked out, rather. The King does actually get taken out as well as that Phoenix goes off. But the one thing here is Simon probably didn't have much time to adjust his plan. So this was probably the plan all along. I know you mentioned not necessarily being a safe plan, but nonetheless, it's going to be a 3-star, and it's going to be at about a minute 13, minute 14 here. Okay, maybe a minute 16. Fine, had to prove me wrong, Simon. Still a really nice attack, a really good opening attack if you're Synchronic. That's exactly what they're looking for. But now, I mean, time doesn't really matter too much. It's all about just getting all 3 stars and you'll win this war.
Yeah, same story as last time, and it's making it difficult to cast because the sort of expectations that we've got built up for squads at this level is that they're putting 3 stars in at the 80-90 second mark at the slowest. And so now with Synchronic with a 3-star strike that, you know, did fine on time, but got a little bit dicey there in the end, I still think that there's plenty of opportunity now with the additional 3 minutes that Ice Empire is going to have to attack, that Synchronic have just had the opportunity now to reconfigure all 4 of their remaining hits. And this should be a pretty easy walk-off win for them. Ice Empire, still to their credit, are going to get at least 10 points on the leaderboard, and wish that could have been more. They'll gain a little bit of honor and prestige from having gone up against one of the toughest teams. And it certainly is not over yet. In some rare cases, we do see a slip up, even though a team knows that they just have to get the 3 stars. Traps can, you know, really throw a wrench in your plans, and, you know, disconnections, God forbid if that would happen. But there are still plenty of you know, past examples of teams coming back from a 1-star deficit. Not too terrifying of a position in most cases. It's just that Synchronic is so strong, Bash. You really do not expect them to miss at all at this point.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say is really, you kind of need to hope for something catastrophic to happen because they're so consistent. They're so good, especially in these opening rounds. They've been one of our top teams every single week here. I mean, that would be absolutely devastating if we had a disconnect or something like that, but I just don't foresee that happening. We do have a lot of war left, though. I mean, we still have 8 attacks, so you never know what happens. We've seen this in past tournaments, not even just our own tournament, World Championship qualifier tournaments, where a team was leading, only needed to 3-star out, and they ended up failing and losing the war. So it's not like this is unheard of. With a lot of war to be had, if you're Ice Empire, you come out 3-star, cross your fingers, and just hope for the best here. But it's still a tall task, though.
All right, well, the early war is out of the way. Synchronic are now going to be coming in with their second attack, and they know what they have to do. The script is already written, and for a squad like this that's so adaptable, you would expect to see something fun and interesting, at least from F of Ice Empire coming in next. He is going to be marching in with Dragons and Dragon Riders. Another reliable attack strat that we've seen alongside the Electro Dragons that can get some pretty quick 3-stars pulled off. And with an early Eternal Tome popped, he's going to be doing everything he can to protect them on their way toward that Town Hall. It does go down, and with a couple of Headhunters creeping out of the CC, he's going to be glad that the Dragons went over there to help engage. Also going to be getting a few shots off against that enemy Royal Champion. Freeze goes down to protect them, and they will continue another dual path assault. But that is just not what these Dragons do best, Bash. They really all want to be not exactly concentrated in one specific area, but spread out just barely enough to encounter more of the base. Like if there were Dragons going into the core right now, especially if they had support from that Grand Warden, I think he'd be a little bit happier. That Monolith is going to be a tough target to take down, and it is still a little bit of a question mark for me how F are going to be able to finish off this war.
Yeah, I was just going to say that core is looking really, really deadly there with 2 ricochet cannons. The Monolith does go down from the Royal Champion. It looks like he's got it under control as the Dragons are going to circle in there. The Queen is very healthy, but it was a little bit of a risky play there. Turns out to be a really quick attack there, 1 minute, 17 seconds. So it appears that, so far anyways, from Ice Empire, they like their Dragons, and they kind of go with unconventional things here. I thought the Giant Arrow might take out one of those sweepers, but he ended up using the Giant Arrow elsewhere and didn't get the sweeper out. And that caused kind of what you're talking about, those Dragons to kind of be pushed all around the base. Ultimately does get the 3-star, keeps his team alive. The time was good there. So that's what you got to do when you do have that mistake early on, whether it be nerves, whether the plan wasn't good, whatever may have happened on the first attack. You got to keep your composure and just hope for the best. Keep those 3-stars coming in. Maybe we see Synchronic slip up and you're right back in this war.
All right. There's still an opportunity there, and with a 3-star from Ice Empire, I got to give them a little bit more credit. I think I made it sound a little bit scary in there as to whether or not they were going to get the 3-star. The Dragons didn't do the exact same pathing that I had in mind for them, but it was still a pretty dominating collapse from the heroes at the end there. That Hog Puppet on the Royal Champion, sending a lot of blocking in against that Monolith to give no doubt whatsoever that was a 3-star strike. I did see a question in chat from Sayantan Benguli. He was wondering, does the winner of today's match get a silver ticket, or what is the future in this tournament? The winner of this tournament is going to go on to the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 5 Finals, where there are going to be 8 teams advancing, and the first place team out of those 8 will get a silver ticket to the last chance qualifier of the Clash of Clans World Championship. But it's a little bit more complicated than that because there are so many teams that are qualified, including Millesime MG and Synchronic, for the World Championships already, that if either of those teams advance and then win the Snapdragon Pro Series, that silver chance, last chance qualifier ticket would still pass down to the next ranked team. So with Marcos Esports taking the win already in that first match and moving on to the semifinals, they only need to win 2 more matches today for that chance to get into the last chance qualifier to still remain alive for them.
Yeah, and that's something to keep our eye on for a team like Marcos Esports. I mean, or Marcos Gaming rather, it's a really, really good opportunity here. If they can win this tournament today, our Open Cup, it's single elimination here. They'll go on next week starting Saturday and Sunday, and we'll have our Open Finals, or our Grand Finals rather, where it's going to be best of 3. And with a few of those teams already in there with golden tickets, with 8 teams, your chances of actually getting a silver ticket to the last chance qualifier are actually pretty good there. So let's see what Irmakhan can come in with here. Look at this, Woody. Yetis, not something we see a ton of. 7 Yetis instead of any Root Rider, 7 Yetis and 7 Valkyries. It looks like a pretty standard setup like you would see with the Root Riders, but 2 jumps here since the Root Riders won't be breaking through the walls. This is interesting. All the Yetis are in, all the Valkyries in. Let's see if they can get to the Town Hall and get through this core.
Barbarian King smashes that left corner compartment with the Queen making her way against that scatter shot. That's another big defense that Americana is going to be taken down early on. Those heroes are still quite healthy as well. Although they're taking some damage from the Expo, the King should get out in front, and as soon as that Expo goes down, the Queen will be a little bit safer and getting healed up by the Unicorn as well. Pops the healer puppet though, and although she loses one to a Seeking Air Mine, those heroes are looking fine with the Hog Riders supporting that Royal Champion up on the top side and the main army withering away a bit. There's just not very many defenses left to give Mirkan much difficulty with finishing off this base, still holding on to one last free spell. All of those heroes looking cleared for the finish, Bash.
I'm really wondering why the Yetis here. I mean, it worked very well. It got through this base really quickly as we approach 1 minute 10 seconds. But I wonder what he saw that is like, okay, bring Yetis. Maybe that core being so clustered together and the Yeti mites being able to kind of bounce through there and deal damage to all those different defenses. That could have been the thing there as we see the spring traps going off. Those Yeti mites, when they're raged up, they can take out some defenses really quickly. A really interesting attack, not something we see a ton of in the current meta. Usually it's Root Riders, it's Dragons, maybe even E-Drags, but I didn't mind that at all, Woody. Just something a little bit different with a clean triple.
Yeah, 7 Yetis is quite a lot too. It's not just like a small, Yeti here or there to finish off a building that seemed like it might be tough to take down. So interesting tech swap there from Amirkhan, showing us that there are still multiple different ways to make these 3 stars happen. A lot of times we do see just Root Riders alongside those Valkyries, but Yetis are another big, powerful ground-based attacking force that can get some big damage in against defenses and hold their own. I think that Yetis are a troop that have wide versatility against defense. They don't really seem too scared about the monolith, about a single target inferno or a multi-target inferno. Scatter shot is going to hurt, but scatter shot's going to hurt anything. They just are not particularly weak to anything that I think Amir Khan could have been scared about that base. So maybe it was just a decision that he wanted to go for something safer, didn't have to worry too much about time because he knew that there was already a miss from Ice Empire. And so just keeping his hero safe was the #1 priority. Ultimately, that did score him the 3-star in the end, and it was fun to watch while he did it. So I say bring more Yetis in. They were a blast.
Yeah, no, I agree completely. I love seeing different variations of kind of meta attacks here. I mean, it's essentially replace the Root Riders with the Yetis, save a few housing space in there, so I don't mind it at all. And it was just as fast, if not faster, than what we see with some of the Root Riders attacks. So if you're going to get a 3-star, do it in style, have a little bit of fun with it. As you're already ahead in this war, you're already in a commanding position. You know what you got in store for yourself. So I kind of like it. I kind of like it. And also, like, it could get like your opponents in the next rounds kind of thinking like, are they going to use Yetis on us? Not that I don't think anyone's building bases for Yetis, but it could be that big brain play there, Woody, just to get the other teams thinking a little bit.
All right. Well, they have left us plenty to ponder, as Synchronic with another 3-star are just giving Ice a little bit of a cold shoulder here now, showing that there is a reason why they are one of the top squads in the world and not looking to make the same mistake that Millesime MG made earlier today by dropping out unexpectedly in the quarters. Ice Empire are still fighting as best they can to try to get themselves into the win column here, and it's going to be up to Rocio of Ice Empire to try to make his next stab at that attempt. Big giant arrow cuts through the base, and it's another healer puppet that seems to be gaining favor among the pros. Not that frozen arrow, which has seemed to get so much success in the past. It's an epic equipment. You can get it to an even higher level, but healer puppet and giant arrow are just reliable ways to get some solid confident damage in the core and support for the Queen for the second phase of the charge. I was watching the core with that massive clone spell going off, taking down the town hall, trying to report on it, but it looks like it was effective nonetheless there, Bash.
Yeah, the close spell did pop off there, take out a lot of those defenses. I think he wanted to get a little bit more, and it felt like this giant arrow was off a little bit. It's something I was keeping my eye on at the open. He brought in 2 lightning spells and ended up using them over on the Rage Tower and Scatter Shot, which weren't enough to deal really any significant damage as the Battle Builder is healing it. But I think the arrow was supposed to go elsewhere, and he was going to zap out the sweeper. So I don't know if this one went 100% to plan, as we see it fading a little bit. Does still have the Queen, does still have the Royal Champion, but there are some heavy hitting defenses. There is an enemy Royal Champion and an Ice Golem. Keep an eye on this Royal Champion when she pops her ability right here. This is a key moment in the attack. She's got to clear a lot, but this Ice Golem is going to hold everything up here once she pops it. This could be devastating. Wait. Oh, I thought she missed it. But she's actually in a pretty safe area. She'll take a couple of blows from the Scatter Shot, but I think she'll be fine to get through here.
Yeah, and this is why Spirit Fox is such an amazing pet to pair with her. She can go invisible and protect herself against those big, heavy damage defenses. Scattershot is not going to be a problem at all, even with that skeleton trap to protect it. That Royal Champion still above half health thanks to the pivot from those healers sliding off of the Archer Queen to help her out a little bit. Monolith goes down as well, and there is not anything to worry about for this Royal Champion. Oop. Except for a Tesla. I guess that's going to take a little bit longer now.
It has barely any health.
2 walls.
Yeah, to be fair, it barely has any health. Like, you know, when you get those callouts, sometimes 1 HP, that Tesla is 1 HP right now, just hanging on there for dear life. The Queen is breaking an interesting wall here. No, she will be. Okay, never mind. It's 3. She will be able to reach the Tesla. I was going to say she might have to break another wall, but she will be able to reach the Tesla over here over the wall. That wall next to it kind of threw me off. So, okay, no issues there. That was slower, but at this point, you just want to get 3 stars. Hope that Synchronic misses at 84% or lower. All right, interesting attack here from Rogio, but it gets through. It's a 3-star nonetheless, and their team is still alive. Just hoping for that one mistake from Synchronic. Will we see anything come from Synchronic? I don't think so personally. And when you get that opening miss, you usually know to play it safer, play a little bit more conservative, but anything can happen in Clash of Clans Esports.
Anything can happen, and if Murphy's Law is going to hold true, we still have an interesting war ahead of us. Will there be an opening from Synchronic? Are they going to let up any pressure at all and give an opportunity to Ice Empire to try to put this one back ahead? Or are they just going to steamroll? So far, it has been a very dominating performance from them, and with even more time to adapt and prepare for their 3rd, 4th, and 5th attacks, I think Synchronic are just going to be Cobra striking in there to finish this one off with that same strength and confidence that we've seen from them before. We're now pushing into the mid-war now with Ice Empire holding on to 8 stars, just missing that 1 from their first strike. Synchronic, for their part, still with 6 total, can get the 9th if they can get another 3-star off this next strike, and it's a very impressive lineup for Synchronic as well to be able to pull it off with. I know that we flashed it on the screen earlier, but they've got a deep roster of 7 players that can compete, and it's Einstein the next to move in with those rocket loons, Bash.
Yeah, we've seen him do some really fun things in the past here. We got Taunt, we got a Quad Quake, we got 6 Invises, we do have a Rage, we have Giant Arrow, we have Spiky Ball, we have all kinds of damage equipment. I'm assuming we have Fireball on the Grand Warden here as Einstein gets ready to throw it in. Here we go, here come all the Invises, here comes the Warden, here comes a Fireball right into the core, and now he's gonna Quake, Giant Arrow to take down the Town Hall, and this is a crazy good open. Oh man, I love when he does this. It's so much fun to watch. Now just keep an eye on all these rocket loons as they'll collapse on the outside. The Queen will go ahead and work her way through this King. Very beautiful opening. This one's gonna be over before we know it, Woody.
Yeah, superstar strike in the core there, taking down a multi-inferno, a monolith, the Rage Tower, the Town Hall. There was just so
look at the rocket spear even.
And destruction. Yeah, I mean, there's no base left.
Yeah, Rocket Spear allows that Royal Champion to hit from a further distance. He actually invises the skeletons with a brilliant play. This is oh my goodness, it's 51 seconds from Einstein. I thought it was gonna be 50. That is one of the fastest attacks we've ever seen, not just here in the Snapdragon Pro Series, but in all of Clash of Clans Esports. A brilliant open from Einstein and a brilliant attack. This is why Synchronic is in the position that they're in. This is why they're one of the best teams in the world. Crazy, insane hits like that are so much fun to watch.
They absolutely are, and you did not undersell it a single iota, Bash. A few seconds quicker, and that would have been a world record hit. Yeah. We have, I think it was 47 seconds is still one of the quickest strikes that we've seen at Town Hall 16. So coming in at 51 seconds, it was terrifyingly close to giving us not just an incredibly impressive attack, but something to talk about for weeks to come. Einstein is still the sort of player who I love to get to see every time he's bringing these Rocket Loons, but just the number of invisibility spells that he drops to get the perfect placement on that Grand Warden's Giant Fireball is so super impressive. Pairing it up with the Giant Arrow as well. Two of the only equipments that can really hit the core of the base right from the initial deploy. And he just seems to have a perfect aim with them every time, Bash.
Yeah, and that fireball is just not quite enough to take down the Town Hall, even with earthquakes, but pairing it with that crazy giant arrow there was so good. I think one thing in that attack that was kind of underrated was the invisibility on the skeleton, so that the Royal Champion's rocket spear kept targeting defenses and helped close that one down. Could have cost them a few seconds. Not that they need it. I mean, they're way ahead in this war, but I think he was going as fast as possible, maybe trying to get close to that world record. Oh man, that is so much fun. Anytime I see Einstein attacking, I'm like, yeah, this will be good. This will be good. And he always delivers, Woody. He always delivers.
Well, it is the Manhattan Project of superb clash and focus over there on the Synchronic squad right now. And dropping the big one there, Einstein, true to his namesake, has got a massive bomb in his favor, and he is not afraid to drop it every chance he gets against these bases. A Rocket Loon specialist that is just right there alongside former world champions over on Navi. One of the most renowned players for having a super high-tech approach to deconstructing these bases. Let's pivot back now to Ice Empire, where Jay Carlos will be the next to attack. He's got an interesting army of his own here, 14 of those Super Barbarians ready to back up a more standard approach with Root Riders and Valks, but cuts through the core of the base with another impressive strike of that giant arrow as that Archer Queen catches a couple of skeleton traps along the bottom side of the base to slow her down, but will not be able to deny the clear and confident entry that Jay Carlos was looking for, Bash. Also,
a nice little lightning there to take out the Poison Tower and the multi-target Inferno. One thing I noticed here, it did take him about 23 seconds to get those Root Riders going. Ever since Maxi pointed that out last week, now I'm always looking, when do they get the main army in? This one was about 23 seconds, and that's what can really separate some of these more well-known clans to some of the clans we haven't really seen a lot. You really got to get moving. You got to get going quick. You need those all your troops essentially in within the first 10 to 12 seconds at the absolute latest. I do love this approach, though. I think it's a great open, a great start to this one as the World Champion joins the party on the left-hand side. The Root Riders are making their way to the Town Hall. Queen's on the bottom. I think this is what he needs. Ooh, might have missed the Town Hall there, but I think he's going to be fine and should have a 3-star in his hand.
Yeah, he missed the Town Hall with that first freeze, but he did back up with the second one and caught the far side multi-archer tower as well as the Town Hall there to keep those Root Riders a little bit safe. He's making his way toward the final edge of defenses on the top right side of the space, and with a healthy Royal Champion popping her ability there, getting that Hog Puppet down as well as that Haste File. She is just on a ripping and tearing march to the last edge of this space. Jay Carlos from Ice Empire is scoring a 3-star strike and will leave Synchronic still needing to put a triples of their own if they want to get the win here now, Bash.
He definitely loves the ripping and the tearing of that base. A nice 3-star for Ice Empire. I like watching these guys attack. I mean, it seems like they are Dragon specialists. That seems to be their go-to here, but mixing it up here with Root Riders, so they're really aware of what's in the meta, what works on bases, how to use these attacks. It just seems like they got a little bit unlucky with their opening attack, but I mean, we've seen some of the best teams in the world. I mean, Millesime MG, they almost had a fail. If it wasn't for the Phoenix, they would have had a fail also, so it's not like it's unheard of to have a fail in the opening attack or any attack in the war. It's just unfortunate when it happens on that very first attack and you find yourself just scratching and clawing and hoping someone makes a mistake, but against Synchronic, it's just near impossible in this situation.
Right, you are. And they did have an impressive follow-up after that by F. But I gotta say, Rocio with a 2 minute and 25 second strike is a little bit slower as well. And that doesn't mean to say anything negative about Ice Empire, but just Synchronic is a squad that not only has excellent offense, but really, really great base builders on their team as well, giving lots of problems for Ice Empire to have to try to solve in such a short amount of time. And they just do not yet seem to be up to the task of going up against a golden ticket level team in this Snapdragon Pro Series Final Cup. So we've got one more hit next from Synchronic. We'll have their fourth strike coming in next and see if they can keep pace against Ice Empire, maintaining their lead with another 3-star strike. If they can do it just 2 more times, they will be moving on to the semifinals, where they'll have an opportunity to face off against the team also on their side of the bracket that moves on, whether it's going to be Gremlin Storm or the Momentum Shifters. We haven't yet decisively got a lead there, but it does seem that the Momentum Shifters are in the advantage. So far, they've got a 1 minute and 14 second average attack time, extraordinarily fast, up against Gremlin Storm, who have also been putting up 3-star perfect strikes so far, but at the 1 minute and 45 second average time, it really looks like Momentum Shifters are going to be the team to advance in that other quarterfinal match, Bash.
Yeah, so probably just one attack kind of went astray for them, or maybe just a couple attacks. But Momentum Shifters, I mean, they're a really well-known team, so if we do see them a little bit later on, could cause a little bit of problems for Synchronic if that's who they end up going up against. We'll have to keep our eyes on that. But Synchronic, they have to get this one done. They have to get the job done here as Philip is in. We missed something here, Woody. We missed something. Philip's in, maybe a giant arrow from the Queen striking through the middle of the base here. The Dragon's already working through. All right, yeah, so yeah, I think we just missed the giant arrow and a little bit of the open, but the Dragons are going to go ahead and surge through this town hall, and Philip is looking very strong here.
Yeah, it looks like that opener also included some lightning and earthquake spells, so a lot of direct damage right into the core of the base by Felix, setting up beautifully for the Dragons to follow up later. He has already popped that Eternal Tone, but keep an eye on these Dragons, just how many hit points they have. They are beautifully spread out, and this is exactly what I love to see on these Dragons. Although they're going to the edge of the base to chase down that Ice Golem, they still managed to take out so much of this core so quickly and left no defenses standing. Philip from Synchronic has done it again with another 3-star strike. He is going to keep his team in the lead. And although it wasn't in record time for Mass Drags to get an attack in less than 80 seconds, it is definitely a very good result here. We're watching a different attack now, a different replay. This is Jay Carlos's attack that we previously saw. But yeah, Synchronic doing a fantastic job keeping their pace and maintaining a star lead over Ice Empire. Just one attack left for each of these two teams, Bash.
Yeah, and Ice Empire still just hoping for that mistake from Synchronic. I don't think we see it personally, with I think what General X probably being the anchor spot there, one of the most consistent attackers for this squad. But for Ice Empire, I mean, for their first appearance here in the Snapdragon Pro Series, I think they can keep their head held high. They came in here, they got to our Final 8 tournament here, and they did a pretty nice job. Just that opening mistake kind of cost them. And going against Synchronic is so tough, man. I would not want to go up against this squad. They're so good. And not only that, they're just so fun to watch as well.
They are indeed. And if they give us the opportunity, maybe we'll get some more super extraordinary hits coming in next. Those rocket balloons, always a pleasure to watch. And the giant fireball from that Grand Warden, still an extraordinary showing, often paired with 5, sometimes 6 invisibility spells to get the perfect positioning on that drop. Really gets some extraordinary value in a very fast fashion. But you're right, we'll have to wait and see what General X has got cooking up for us. We are going to be going back to the Ice Empire, though, as they are going to have their 5th and final attack next to set the standard for Synchronic to meet. So far, it looks like Synchronic with a 2-star, 86% will be able to get a win, regardless of what Ice Empire do with this next hit. But we can expect maybe even another 3-star from Synchronic. A perfect war certainly is not out of the realm of possibility for them, and I think it is what exactly we should believe they're capable of, Bash.
Oh yeah, I would definitely agree with that. I mean, the expectation has to be 3-star, not 2-star, 86% or whatnot. But just in case, you never know. Anything could happen. We've seen some really interesting things. We've seen some misses from some players that we don't expect. You never know when that miss can come. We can never predict it. I mean, it's kind of weird that we fully expect all of our teams to go perfect, but that is kind of the expectation right now, unfortunately. for a team like Ice Empire. We kind of expect Synchronic to go ahead and put up that perfect war. We've seen them do it time and time again. If you're Synchronic, though, I kind of just like the thought that they can kind of block out some of these teams from getting to our grand final here, so they can really play spoiler. Hulk is going to come in here, and we got more dragons. Couple healers in there, healer puppet, giant arrow, and here comes an electro dragon. Nice little chain value down here at the bottom of the base. Here comes the archer queen with the giant arrow right through, taking out a couple of air defenses in the middle of this space. I kind of like this open quite a bit as we see the hero equipment. All the dragons are going in right now.
Charging forth, and those dragons are all in that Grand Warden's aura. A couple of them wandering to the outside along the top side now as the Grand Warden is going to stop protecting them. He's now kind of moving down toward the bottom in a strange little bit of a pivot here from Hulk. But nonetheless, Ice Empire still have that shot at making the 3-star happen. I see an Archer Queen still well protected on the bottom side with raged up healers trying to keep her safe. She will be able to pop off against those headhunters, and that is going to be a big threat eliminated now, Bash.
Yeah, keep an eye on these ice golems, though. If they get a hit on the queen, she's going to be distracted, and she'll actually... Okay, she gets the town hall. The ice golems with the poison didn't get there before the town hall went down, so that is massive for Hulk here. The monolith actually switches over to the dragon, so the queen should be fine. Those dragons are working around the top side. She will be able to get a little bit of damage on the monolith. Let's see if she can actually get it completely taken out. Yeah. She does. Nice. This comes together pretty well for Hulk. I won't lie, I was worried about those ice golems quite a bit. If they would have came over and got to the queen, this could have been a catastrophe, but instead it's going to be a nice clean 3-star. A little bit slower, but all they need here is 3 stars. That's the main thing they got to focus on, and they did a really good job in this war of maintaining those triples.
Yeah, this is a really unusual approach from Hulk to bring back that old school queen walk along the outer edge, bringing just 2 healers and relying on that healer puppet to get the remaining healing done to keep her alive. Had a couple of close calls there with headhunters popping out of the CC, ice golems threatening to slow her down, still while the Town Hall and Monolith both were firing on her. But great use of spells by Hulk there kept her safe and ensured that the 3-star was within reach. Ice Empire are going to close out this war with 14 stars and a 96.3 average destruction. Actually increased to 97%, excuse me, with that last hit. So that does confirm Synchronic with that 2-star 86% is going to be still what they have to pull off next in order to guarantee that win. And with the last attack still yet to come in from General X, really expecting him to come over the top and finish it off in style so that Synchronic can move on to the semifinals, Bash.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that's the full expectation here, but who knows, Woody? Who knows? Anything could happen. Maybe we see a mistake. Maybe we see a catastrophe. I don't expect that. We're just trying to build the drama because that's what we do as commentators. Is we just try to make some excitement for.
Don't tell them our secrets, Bash. Don't tell them our secrets.
Sorry, breaking the fourth wall there. Yeah, no. This is definitely going to only be a 3-star. No drama here. What does the script say? Oh no, never mind. Just kidding. Oh man, I like Synchronic a lot here, though. I mean, as we move forward in this tournament, I think they have a really good chance of kind of running the gamut here and finishing off our final cup with a nice little win. I think they do have to keep an eye on a team like Marcos Gaming, rather. I think Marcos Gaming is a little bit hungry and they want it. They want to get into our finals next week and maybe have a chance to play for that silver ticket. So we got a lot of wars still to come. Make sure you guys stick around for that one as this one closes out. We will still have 3 more wars today. Lots of Clash Clans action. I'm looking forward to it.
I sure am too. With the last hit from Synchronic coming up shortly, we will be able to finalize the result for this war. I'm just checking in on the other quarterfinal match where Gremlin Storm and Momentum Shifters, both teams still perfect. It looks like Gremlin Storm did put up a perfect 15-star war, but with a big time advantage on the other side there for the Momentum Shifters. I think that there's still plenty of opportunity for them to come back for the victory. General X now marching in with mass dragons, something that we saw a lot of from Ice Empire. Maybe General X just showing that, you know, it takes 2 to tango and we can bring the same sort of heat that you've got, guys. They're going to be catching some big flack in the core as a lot of archers streaming out of that town hall and waiting for General X's poison to shut them down. Hasn't done so yet, but with the town hall eliminated, all he's got to do is get that percentage up to 87 and he wins this war, Bash.
Archer thought the Clan Castle a great way to slow down dragons, but he did bring in the cloned Yeti blimp to deal with that Town Hall compartment, and it was very, very effective. The world champion with the Rocket Spear taking out that Ricochet cannon so she doesn't have to get close, take any significant damage, and this one is definitely going to be a 3-star, and Synchronic will win this war. I was just taking a look as you were kind of catching us up on the other matchup. It looked like Gremlin Storm they're really good at getting the 3-stars, just their time has been a little bit slower with 144, 141, 2 minutes, 3 seconds, and 134. So they're going to need some kind of mistake for the momentum shifters to win that war. But in our current war, Synchronic secure the victory with a final 3-star from General X, a beautiful 3-star strike with masked dragons in here. I'm loving the dragon attacks.
Synchronic have sunk the Ice Empire, that massive, what am I saying? Iceberg now going to be falling down to the bottom of the ocean as Synchronic move on with a perfect war of their own yet again. General X just wiping the floor and finish them off with another perfect strike. And right by the book, according to your script, as you sent it to me, Bash, it looks like this has gone perfectly for Synchronic so far. And with the advancement to the semifinals now, we'll have to see still whether they face off against Momentum Shifters or the Gremlin Storm. It does look, if the time is right here on my match page in the background, that Momentum Shifters, and yeah, as we see confirmed now on the bracket, Momentum Shifters get the win. And so our semifinals best of one yet again is going to be now confirmed with Marcos Esports and Dizzy Blast in the top side, while Synchronic and Momentum Shifters remain in the bottom. We know that HTM Esports, Millesime MG, and Synchronic all have enough points to advance to next week, regardless of what happens here this week. So Synchronic could still yet play spoiler. A win for them in the semifinals would put a very interesting position for the team that's right alongside them, since they would be guaranteed to get at least 50 points and have that same opportunity to move on to the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 5 finals. But still, along the top side of that bracket, Marcos Esports is going to be still fighting tooth and nail to do everything they can to get that win. I'm going to be stepping away for the next match, Bash, but I know that you and Maxi are going to knock it out of the park. Everyone stick with us because the semifinals are up next. The Snapdragon Pro Series continues.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, and welcome back, Maxi. We had a pretty similar matchup there where one team fell really far behind early on and just weren't able to catch up. But on the other hand, Synchronic, one of our top teams, a golden ticket winner, does move forward in our tournament. What do you think of that one, Maxi? Pretty, I mean, not necessarily nail-biting, but pretty interesting matchup, right?
Yeah, definitely. I saw, but yeah, as you said, Synchronic, they are just too solid a team to to not be able to 3-star all of the attacks. But you know, even though their opponent made a mistake very early on, they were still going for pretty fast attack. I mean, that Einstein hit was out of this world. 51 seconds. That was, I think, at least the fastest attack that I was able to cast, and maybe even the fastest I saw live. Incredible stuff. And we're going to get to see Synchronic and Einstein later on today another time, so excited to see what he will bring to the table then. But for now, we'll be taking a look at our next match, which is going to be the first semifinal between Marcos Esports and Dizzy Blast. What do you think, Bash? Do you have any favorite in this? Who do you think performed better in their first match today?
Well, honestly, I think both of these semifinal matchups are actually going to be really good matchups. It feels like all four of these teams, or at least the two matchups, are pretty evenly matched. We saw Marcos came out. I feel like Marcos looks like they're hungry. They want it. They know what's on the line. At the same time, I mean, Dizzy Blast, they're in the same situation. So I think there's a lot on the line, unless you're a team like Synchronic, and then you're just playing for glory and prize money. And honestly, you could shut down a tough opponent. So I think these next two matchups should be really, really good, setting up our grand final here today.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, between Marcos and Dizzy Blast, I should say, it is about the last chance for them to get to the season finals, because Dizzy Blast is neither Dizzy X Cenizos nor Dizzy Esports. They're an entirely different team with the name Dizzy in their clan name as well. But here we can see they have the same logo, but they are Dizzy Blast. So they have collected 0 points so far. Same for Marcos Esports. So both of them need to get to that final and maybe even win today in order to get to the season final. So very exciting, a lot on the line for both of these teams. And keep in mind, guys, when you get to the season finals, you get a part of the prize pool. So getting there already secures you at least $2,000. But we're taking a look at the lineup for Dizzy Blast and have some well-known names on here: Schneider, Zahid IK, Denden, Jaga, Chien, and a nice addition from Italy, Milanello, in the team here as well, Bash.
Yeah, a very, very solid lineup. What I really like about this matchup is one of these two teams will have a chance to qualify for our grand final next weekend without having to get through on points. Marcos Esports here, Kamal Yeet, MWC, Tanwar Sahib, Krishan, Don, Mr. Adil, and Amar Gupta there, rounding out the lineup. A really solid lineup as we hop right into the action. We got Schneider coming in with a Root Rider attack. Giant Arrow is there on the Queen with an Earthquake, taking down the Poison Tower. The Inferno does stay standing, but gets that Poison Tower out of the way really early.
Yeah, nice job there, and immediately starting the other phase of the attack. Royal Champion, wow, even sped up with a Rage spell there at the bottom side of the screen. At the same time, has the classic Root Rider and Valkyrie combination being sent in with the Warden, while the King is supporting the Queen. Now, nice Warden ability, negating all the damage raining in from the Monolith, the single Inferno, and the Scatter Shot. And shortly he will get into the Town Hall. No Overgrowth spells in this spell in this one. That is quite interesting, but it looks like he has enough juice to get to the Town Hall like that as well, especially with that well-placed Rage spell.
Yeah, no Overgrowth needed. Just take that Town Hall out. There wasn't really a lot around that Town Hall to need the Overgrowth, especially getting one of those Poison Towers out early. So this one's going to be a really, really nice open from Dizzy Esports here, as we will be keeping our eyes on the clock. This one is at 1:05 seconds thus far from Schneider, looking to close it at 1:10, hopefully, as these troops are just finishing up, and it's 1:11 seconds. That's a very nice opener for Dizzy Esports and Schneider here.
Indeed, very nice opening for Dizzy Blast there. Even faster than their average in their first war today, and a lot faster than Marcos Esports' average. But we talked about that. You have to handle that with care because they were in a position where their opponent had failed and they didn't have to take any risk in their 3 stars anymore. So they were not going for fast attacks. So the next attack from Marcos will actually be the first milestone for them, the first showing of what times they can achieve if they have to go all in.
Yeah, 1:11 seconds though. That's a really solid opener. We want to be 75 seconds or less ideally, but anything more than that, you start flirting with losing a little bit of time. But I like that one quite a bit. 71 total seconds, 1:11 seconds, right where they need to be. Now Marcos, it kind of it doesn't necessarily put pressure on them, but it really kind of makes them feel like, oh yeah, we have to kind of play, we have to really kind of put up some good attacks here. We don't have that huge lead like we did in the first war where we had almost a near miss. So this will be interesting to see how Marcos Gaming handles this one at Marcos Esports, as they will get their first attack coming in very shortly.
Yeah, and what I'm excited about is to see if they bring a little bit more diversity in their attack strategies, because in the first match that we showed on screen, they were bringing only Root Riders with the Valkyries and some Super Barbarians. I mean, it's a very classic and very common strategy, but in most of the teams we see at least 1 or 2 players that bring something different. I mean, either the Rocket Loon attack, but that is like for the crazy people because it is such a hard attack strategy, and only a couple of guys out there in the world that have mastered it. But then of course we have Electro Dragons, we have regular dragons as well, and we have some Root Rider variations. For example, the Mass Valkyries, where you don't really bring the Root Riders. We saw the Yetis with the Druids, for example. All of these strategies are very viable in this speed meta, so excited to see if they have something other than the Root Riders, because if they don't, I guess that Dizzy prepared very well for them with their bases.
I mean, honestly though, if you're gonna be a one-trick pony, so to speak, the Root Rider army isn't a bad one to have be your one trick. It's really pretty quick, it's very consistent, it's very strong on almost any style of base. Kamal Yeet will be our first attacker, and it is going to be Root Riders. 1 Overgrowth selected, Giant Gauntlet along with that Rage Gem on the King, and it looks like the King will actually be in charge of surging in through that jump spell towards the middle of the base as the Root Riders join the party really early. Also, keeping on this King as he engages with the enemy Queen as well.
Yes, nice start. I just wonder when he's going to put down the Queen, because we just know oh, there she is with the Root Riders actually. Okay, that is quite uncommon, but the King gets some decent value, I would say. The jump spell was definitely worth it there. He gets all the way into the core, taking the attention of some of the troops from the clan castle and damaging the scatter shot. Notice that Kamal Jeet has brought an overgrowth spell other than Schneider in his attack for a Dizzy Blast. But Bash, I fear a little bit for this attack because the Root Riders are actually thinning out a lot in the core of the base.
I agree with that completely. I mean, the few that are remaining are very low health. It looks like there's 3 Root Riders in there, and once that overgrowth is lifted, that Queen's going to be under a lot of fire. Now, the Queen is full health. He does have a Rage spell and a couple freezes, and the Queen has ability. Root Riders opening up the Town Hall compartment is actually really huge. Remember, Root Riders will destroy the walls as they walk through them, well, they'll damage them and then destroy them over time. So they do get that open so the Queen can reach in there, but I'm worried this isn't going to get through. I think this is going to be a fail. It's absolutely going to be a
maybe
fail.
even
Can
one
he get the Town Hall here?
Okay, nice freeze. Very nice freeze. The positioning was not easy on that. But I think he should have frozen when the Royal Champion was on the Town Hall in the Rage. Then he could have delayed the Queen ability and all. But whew, this is definitely not the start that Marcos wanted. I mean, we are talking about how they maybe can show some faster attacks than in their first war, but in fact they don't even get the 3-star while they had a perfect war in their opening match, and that must be quite disappointing and raising the hopes of Dizzy Blast on the other side.
Yeah, that was very unexpected, but you kind of called it out there a little bit earlier ago, Maxi. they used only Root Riders in their opening attack. So if you have some good anti-Root Rider bases, this is definitely the time to pull it out. And it looks like Dizzy did just that. That base shuts down the Root Riders. The Queen and Royal Champion aren't able to finish the base off. Now, Dizzy Esports, they're in a commanding position. All they have to do is 3-star out and they will secure the victory. I always say that. I always laugh when I say all they have to do is 3-star out, because we make it sound so simple. It's still a very tall task with 4 attacks remaining for their squad, but we've seen it in the speed meta that should be achievable if you're Dizzy.
Yep. And talking about speed meta, you know, I go through this attack in my head trying to make out what was the problem there. But since these attacks are so fast, there's so much happening in such a little amount of time. For example, we were talking about the king and how he was getting value, and at the same time we're not paying any attention to the Root Riders, and we don't really know why they got that little health when they arrived in the core. Only thing I noticed was there were a lot of giant bombs between those multi-infernos and scatter shots, and all of those 3 things do splash damage. So for every single Root Rider in the range of the scatter, in the range of the multi, and in the range of the giant bomb, damage will be dealt. And if an attacker is forced to use the Warden ability early on, and then those troops are not protected once they go into that high damage area, then, you know, so even Root Riders with their many HP can be melted pretty quickly. And yeah, I feel like that's what happened more or less, but I can't really say to be exact, but definitely something went wrong.
Yeah, and I mean, one thing to keep your eye on is the Root Riders have had their HP nerfed over time, so they're not as beefy as they used to be. They're still very beefy, don't get me wrong. Look at this, Earthquake Boots. We don't see Earthquake Boots used quite often, especially with the Root Rider attacks, but when timed and positioned really well, they're going to destroy walls. No matter what, they always destroy the wall, but they can really, really open a base up and really set up this Queen charge really nicely. As the Root Riders are starting on the left, this King's going to look to open up the core of this base for the Queen with those Earthquake Boots. I like this setup quite a bit. A little risky going against the Town Hall like that, but there's the Earthquake Boots. Now the Queen has access to almost everything.
That was awesome, and some nice targets there from the spiky ball. In fact, taking out the single inferno and the scatter shot, both of them I think were damaged by an earthquake earlier on. But yeah, so far this attack is looking incredibly strong. Everything will collapse now into this 6 o'clock part of this base, where the troops will have an easy time taking out the Tesla farm and a couple of defenses around that. Right side he can take out with the super barbarians he still has, and I would already call this a safe 3-star.
Yeah, it's looking very, very strong. A very nice plan. Look at the Queen up there just still doing work. Tons and tons of Root Riders along with those super minions should have no problem with one more rage. Not to mention the Royal Champion with her new anime skin, and they're celebrating the 12th anniversary of Clash of Clans. Kind of crazy to think about. 12 years of Clash of Clans, and here we are playing Clash of Clans Esports with some of the best players in the world going super, super fast as the Royal Champion uses her haste vial to finish this base off. And Dizzy Esports look to be in the commanding position to move on to our Open Cup finals here today.
Yeah, they are showing no weakness whatsoever, and weakness is what Marcos is hoping for in their opponents now. But yeah, with this 1 minute 25 strike, it was even a fast 3-star as well, even though they didn't have too much pressure anymore to go fast, as you know, their opponents have a 2-star, so basically they just need any 3-star. They could even go for a Queen charge. I mean, a little bit of hope there in my voice as well. Maybe we see some of those good old strategies that maybe take a little bit more time but are very beautiful to watch. Now would be the opportunity for Dizzy Blast, but of course they are most routine. They practice the most those strategies that are so fast at the moment, like the Root Riders. So I feel like at this point in Clash of Clans Esports, Queen charges are not even in the comfort zone of most of these players anymore, because they just haven't done them for so long, at least not at a serious level.
Yeah, at least not a traditional Queen charge. We do see, you know, kind of like Queen charges with the Archer Puppet and the maybe Giant Arrow being used. Yeah. So it's not really like a traditional Queen charge, but we do see them kind of set up there where the Queen will kind of just take out a little portion of the base. But you're right, it is very satisfying to watch like a, 3-layer Queen charge deep into a base. It's really, really fun to watch that. But at the same time, I've said this week in and week out, you have to stick with what you're practicing. You don't want to get out of your comfort zone. You don't want to cause a mistake by trying to do a Queen charge that you haven't really been practicing. So I think if you're Dizzy here, you just kind of stay with what you know, use those attacks and just get 3 stars. That's all you have to do here, and then you'll be on to our final and hopefully be on to our grand finals where you could win that last chance qualifier ticket, the silver ticket for Clash of Clans Worlds.
It's as easy as that. Just a 3-star. I mean, there were times where this would have been considered a joke, but nowadays this is just the reality of those teams. It is easy to 3-star, but it is hard to 3-star fast. However, when the pressure gets high and when you do things out of your comfort zone, mistakes can happen. And yeah, this is the only hope that Marcos Esports have left. But at the same time, they have to keep the pressure up, at least a little bit of pressure that they can still apply by 3-starring themselves. If they don't, I mean, Dizzy Blast don't have to do anything anymore, basically. So Marcos Esports hopefully now show us what they got. There is set, you know, unusual queen charge there. We have the healer puppet used early on from the queen ability, and then she will make her way into this top side of the base while the Root Rider's job is to get into the core of the base where an overgrowth spell will be used momentarily.
Here we go, Root Riders surging through the middle of the base, and we'll see if this overgrowth comes in now, if he saves it for the back end. Here comes the overgrowth, so go ahead and just take that Town Hall and the Ricochet Cannon Inferno kind of out of commission, while the Root Riders will path right past it, and then they'll just all circle back and collapse. You'll see those Super Barbarians coming on the backside of the base, just finish off those last few buildings, and that'll allow those Root Riders to circle back, finish off the Town Hall, and this one is looking very nice, very textbook. Maybe didn't mean to put the freeze in there, or maybe swagging out a freeze as he knows this one's going really, really well here so far.
Yeah, I mean, the timing wasn't that great, but look at this. It seems like every single troop is still alive, and there we can see that Marcos are able to get such good plans going or find them on the bases. So it's just very, very sad that they were not able to find a safe plan on the first base, or maybe it was just indeed the base building and the trap setting or placement that was just too good on the Dizzy Blast defense side.
Yeah, I wonder if they had it scouted out that they might see Marcos running a ton of Root Riders and like, hey, let's run our best Root Rider bases. Even with your best Root Rider bases, it's still very tough to defend those Root Riders as they're very beefy. And not only that, it's just these players know how to use those troops so well. They know how to use the heroes. You were talking about like going fast, and you have to go fast, and it's hard to do that. If you watch any of these attacks, there's so many things going on at any given time. The Queen's over here, the Root Riders are getting set up here, the King's over there with the barracks, and then now all the Root Riders are in. Now there's overgrowth. So it's a lot going on. It's just not, oh, throw it in and you win. It's a lot to go really quick. It's a lot to go 75 seconds. I've tried it. I can't do it. I can't do it, Maxi. So props to these guys for practicing it week in, week out, and just getting those really consistent fast attacks.
Yeah, and I just took another look. It was in fact at 1 minute and 11 seconds, so an incredibly fast attack. And we said it before, they didn't show their A game because they didn't need to in their first match today. So this is what they could have shown us, and then they would have really kept up the speed of Dizzy Blast. But unfortunately, their first attack just didn't make it, didn't live up to the expectation, and maybe it was just that little bit too much of pressure. But at the same time, it means that Dizzy Blast have a good chance at making it to the final, and if they do, they will have at least 50 points, and that will catapult them up on the leaderboard, where they have the chance to make it to the season finals, depending on the tiebreakers, of course. And yeah, if you guys are interested, you can take a look at the rulebook. We might be able to talk about the tiebreakers a little more later on, but definitely head-to-head would be the first tiebreaker. But most of these teams that have the same amount of points have gained them in different Open Cups, so they haven't really played against each other. So the next thing we would need to look at are matches won. And for that, of course, we have to go through all of the Open Cup matches that they have played, maybe even consider some that they haven't played, as today. Some matches are still to be played. And if there are the same amount of wins, then it will go down to stars, I think, as well. So a lot of tiebreakers there. We are doing the calculations in the background, but we don't know if we have the result for it already today, depending on how today's matches go. But first of all, we're concentrating on Dandan, who is coming in with the giant gauntlet and the spiky ball combination on the King, and the classic Root Rider strike, sprinkling in some of these new druids.
Yeah, I personally like running druids a lot with my root riders. Then again, I'm not playing for speed, but I just think having that little bit of healing in there and then transforming into the bear and adding in that extra tanking, that's just such a nice feature. Look at this, nice quake and then the overgrowth with the spiky ball. That town hall is already weakened to less than half health with the spiky ball striking in that earthquake. A really brilliant play here for Den, as now the root rider is going to work around here, but keep an eye on this bottom side. The queen is very healthy down there. The royal champion is very healthy, but all those root riders, except for 1 or 2 down there, are pretty much done for as the king approaches that king pedestal up top in the monolith. This is going to have to collapse really quickly and not take too much damage from the town hall that's already weakened.
Yeah, the thing is, there are not too many defenses left next to that town hall, so the core is actually not that scary, especially with the spells that Den still has, and he just proved it there with the rage and freeze combination in the core, and this base is wrecked, taken down in 1 minute and 13 seconds after all, which looked like it was coming close, actually ended up being a very convincing and very fast 3-star.
Yeah, I was worried about that one for a second because it looked like it was fading, but before you know it, it was all over. I think playing that earthquake and the spiky ball in the town hall was really, really nice there, weakened it up so you didn't have to deal with that much. But I mean, this is shaped up the way they wanted to. It's looking really, really good. Marcos Esports still has their fingers crossed, hoping for that mistake, but Dizzy is in the commanding position. All they have to do is get 3 stars and they will win the war going on to our grand final. So a lot on the line for our 2 teams here. Oh man, I still wish this one was closer. I know we try to build it up and yeah, anything could happen, but in all reality, we know this one's Dizzy's war to lose. I wish this was a little bit closer because I had high hopes for this war personally.
Yeah, but you're right, it is their war to lose. We haven't seen too much of this team, especially as it's a new combination of players, so maybe their finishing attacker is usually struggling at the moment, who knows. There is definitely still that slither of hope for Marcos Esports, especially if they keep on 3-starring. But of course, with every single 3-star that Dizzy Blast put onto the scoreboard, that hope gets thinner and thinner. But yeah, we've said it time and time again, the match is only over after the last attack and anything can happen. We've seen, you know, players like from Tribe Gaming, very experienced players, some of the best in the world, getting 1-stars when all they needed was a 2-star. You know, stuff like that, it can happen anytime. So you can never give up before the match is actually over. And a little remark I wanted to make on those earthquake combinations with the spiky ball. I think the first time I saw that was in the Chinese qualifier, actually, for the Chinese golden ticket. And it was used there quite a lot, and I think that now the teams from the rest of the world have adapted to it and use it in their attacks as well, apparently.
Yeah, it's nice to like kind of pick up things and learn from whether they're opponents or just other teams. I mean, that's what you got to do in this meta. Take a trick that might work for them that they use and kind of put it in your playstyle if it fits. And I mean, we saw it there. It worked out really, really nicely for Den. A really, really quick 3-star and a really commanding 3-star. Even though I was a little bit worried about it, it ended up actually just getting through that base without much issues, just kind of finishing all together there. So Marcos, they have to come out. They have to keep 3-starring. They have to keep the pressure on. Maybe Dizzy makes a mistake. Like you said, we don't know a ton about this lineup, but Mr. Adil is going to come in next. We do have Root Riders. Look at this, 24 of those super barbarians. So kind of heavy-handed on the barbarians as we take a look. Giant Gauntlet and Rage Vial there for the King to go ahead and work through. And an Angry Jelly as well. So the King's going to surge right in for the defenses. Giant Arrow swings right across the base. Maxi, keep an eye on this King. He's going to go ahead and push right through the middle here.
Yeah, interesting stuff and well spotted there from you. Only a level 26 Giant Gauntlet there, unfortunately. Ooh, and the Queen dies because there was just too much damage from the Ricochet Cannon and the Multi-Archer Tower. Of course, those are, I think, the 2 defenses that do the highest damage per second on single targets. Except Monolith, of course. But yeah, that definitely didn't go according to plan. Now it's all about making it through the core of the base. No overgrowth spell. He has to freeze the Town Hall, maybe the Monolith as well. Maybe the core as well. I don't know. There's damage everywhere, Bash. What do you think of this? Does it still have a chance?
Yeah, it's still looking fine. The World Champion still has ability. I mean, you can't ever take away that World Champion's ability with those hogs coming out in the haste valve. I think he's still going to be fine. This one will come back as those Root Riders are working through there. I agree, though. It was definitely looking dicey. Here comes the World Champion with that haste valve hog puppet. We'll get through, finish off the end of the base here. Look at all those wizards that stayed up there. That was actually a pretty nice factor in the middle of the base. It's another 3-star for Marcos Esports, although they did have the one miss. Since then, they have been flawless and they have been pretty consistent with their attacks. Although we keep getting worried about these attacks, Maxi. They end up being really nice 3-stars, but there's always a moment in these attacks where it's like, oh no, this could go a little sideways.
Yeah, it seems like there's just, you know, they don't really have that final edge that other teams do have. Some details, for example, like the queen dying there on the left side in this last attack, where usually she could have been alive for much longer and thus done a lot more damage, because we know that the queen is one of the highest damage per second troops out there, and he probably should have deployed her later on to make that happen, so that the Root Riders in the core of the base would have already provided some tanking for the giant cannon and the multi-archer tower. You know, stuff like that, little details like that, that sometimes decide at least about 5 to 10 seconds in an attack duration, but sometimes also about the 2 or 3 star. And I think that's what it seems to me that Marcos Esports are lacking from time to time, while of course other attacks from them are basically perfect. For example, their first attack was, I think, the second attack from Kamaljit, I think, was 1 minute and 11 seconds, so there's really nothing negative you can say about it. But they're in between somehow, so not every attack is on that highest level, I feel.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment of what we've seen from them so far. But I mean, that's also like, you know, kind of what you see here in the Snapdragon Pro Series, because anyone can win. It's the era of anyone in the Snapdragon Pro Series. We see a lot of teams we've never heard of. We see a lot of newcomers and not a lot of new players on new teams. So that's what I like about this tournament. We just see a lot of things we haven't seen before. But really, when you open up to the global stage like we have for this season for the first time ever, you really got to step it up on be really on your A game, as you're going to get teams like Synchronic who can put up a 51-second attack out of nowhere. So it's a very tall task, but I think any of our teams here are very capable of keeping up and maybe even winning this one. Although we see Marcos behind in this one, I still think they have to be happy about their future. Like you mentioned earlier, they've been around for a long time. They've played in tons of community tournaments, tons of leagues. So they're a really well-known team, a really well-established team. So even though they had this little mistake here, I think they still are feeling good about what they're doing as a team.
Yeah, I agree, and I have to make a small correction. It was Krishan Dunn with the 1 minute 11 second attack, and Kamaljit actually unfortunately was the 2-star at the beginning of the war. Oh, but talking about names, we have a very well-known name here, Chien from Dizzy Blast coming in, and he has been at the highest stage for years now. A great job from him there, starting off with the giant arrow, damaging a lot of buildings already, making the attack faster this way. Now the king being supported by the queen, spiky ball being used, double wall break early on so the heroes can get a lot of value, and funnel at the same time, which is why he sends the Root Riders right between the the siege barracks and the king and queen, and now they can make a clear way into the core of the base.
Root Riders are surging right in here with that Warden ability, will protect them from all of that damage. Here comes that Overgrowth for even more protection. These Root Riders are going to be nice and healthy. Not to mention there's a healing tome there on that Grand Warden. Keeping on the World Champion up top. She goes to ability, but she should be able to be getting through this Queen, gets through the Ricochet Cannon, so a lot of that damage is alleviated. And this is looking like a 3-star strike for Chien, and Dizzy Esports look to keep the lead and keep the pressure on Marcos Esports. This Dizzy team is determined to make it to the grand finals.
Yeah, so it seems now maybe freeze the town hall once more. Yes, there it goes, and it is a fast 3-star as well, around the 80 seconds that we always talk about. 82, 1 minute and 22 that is, in full minutes, and yeah, they don't show any weakness. 4 out of 5 attacks done, and all of them 3-stars. So far they are not leaving any doubt that they want to get to the final here and have the juice to achieve that goal as well.
Yeah, that one was very, very clean. I thought the execution was great on that. The spiky ball was really, really nice. King in there to help out with the queen. Root Riders were in nice and early. The barracks up top, just very well executed. And now we see Dizzy 1 3-star away from moving on to our grand final here in the Open Cup number 4, and 1 3-star away from potentially a matchup for a qualification into our grand final, which will be next weekend, guys. Saturday and Sunday. It is a 2-day event, as it is double elimination. All of our Open Cups have been single elimination, but when we get there with our top 8 teams, it will be double elimination. So a little bit of a tougher task in our grand final. I'm really looking forward to that next week.
Yeah, so am I. And the nice thing is we just have to wait a week, as you just said. Before, we had a little bit of a break in between where the monthly qualifier happened between Cup 2 and 3, that was, I think. But now we have Snapdragon Pro Series action weekend after weekend. We started last weekend, we're here with Open Cup 4, and next weekend we have 2 days of action. In fact, we have Saturday and Sunday. We will tell you the dates later on again, but it will be at 4 p.m. CEST or 2 p.m. UTC, and definitely make sure to mark your calendar so you don't miss any of the action when it will be about that silver ticket. And while we're talking about the chances of Dizzy Blast getting into the season finals, we remember last weekend Tribe Gaming did just that. They had the perfect run through the single elimination bracket, eventually winning the final and securing their ticket. And you know, they're one of the favorite teams in the world that has been to many, many world championships, and it was their goal to get there this year again, but they were not able to, and their last chance literally is getting the silver ticket in the Snapdragon Pro Series, advancing to the last chance qualifier, and then getting their golden ticket. So that's what it's, I think, all about for those teams, what they all have in the back of their head when they are trying to get these victories here.
Here we go with Tanwar Sanib coming in with another Root Rider attack. If you're Marcos Esports, you just got to get 3 stars. You only have one more opportunity for a mistake for Dizzy, so there's not much time left in this war for a mistake to happen. Giant Arrow there on the Queen as we're waiting for this one to get started. Still does have a few seconds. But Marcos Esports, just fingers crossed. Get your job done, get the 3-star here, and then hope for the best on that final attack. Wallbreaker comes in, and look at this. A Golem will allow the heroes to get even further into the base. Jump will go down for the King, and the King should be able to go ahead and get all the way into this core, especially with that Golem out in front tanking.
Yeah, I think it was a good choice to bring the Golem. Tanwar Sahab was the player that was struggling in the last match from Marcos to get enough value with his King. So that's probably why he brought the Golem. Unfortunately, though, the King walks and does not even take the jump spell. Okay, I called this too early. Eventually he does, but he goes back to fight the enemy Queen. And the ability is running out, so I think he only has limited value. But at the same time, we have to take a look at the Root Riders at the bottom of the screen. Nice warden ability from Tanwar Sahab, but there is so much base still left, especially this core with the Rage spell Tower Bash. It looks fearsome.
Yeah, I'm really worried about the back end of this base. I mean, they really can't afford another mistake. There's still a lot of troops up, so that's not a big issue. But the one thing you have to keep your eye on is that overgrowth. That means all those troops are going to go away from the town hall, and then they will have to go all the way back to the town hall and deal with it. In the meantime, they're going to take some damage. They're going to get weakened up and maybe even completely taken out, as we see Root Rider starting to fade. Royal Champion is the only hero with ability left, which could be a really determining factor here as we see these last few defenses starting to get taken out. Keep an eye on the Royal Champion as her ability goes off right now.
Yes, he has 2 more spells, and I think that will be the game changer here between the Toon and the 3-star. Actually, with the Royal Champion still being hasted up by the haste vial, he probably wouldn't even needed them, but still gets the 3-star once again in 1 minute 50. I think last time it was 1 minute 52, so not on the fastest side of the attacks. But again, it doesn't matter too much. Last time it didn't matter because they were in the lead when their opponents had a 2-star. This time, unfortunately, it is because they had a 2-star in their own rows. However, I think that was their last attack, and they finish at 14 stars. And it's just 1 attack left. Dizzy Blast. They you know, it's do or die. If they get the 3-star, they get to the finals. If they do not, or like if they get less than 2 stars and 84%, they will not advance. But so far, if we look at their attacks, Bash, I don't think that there's too much doubt about their ability to 3-star.
Yeah, I agree completely there. They should be able to handle this one. They should be able to get the 3-star, get the job done. It's just unfortunate for Marcos with that early mistake, but that's how it's always been, or not necessarily always, but so far today, it's been every war, the first attack from whatever team ends up losing has been the mistake, and unfortunately for Marcos, that is the case here as well. So Dizzy just looks to get this final 3-star, secure the victory, and be our first team in the grand final here today. We still have a lot of Clash Clans action after that, however, so make sure you guys are sticking around, and not to mention we have our grand final next week, so make sure you follow, subscribe, have all those notifications on, all that great stuff, because we're gonna have 2 awesome action-packed days of Clash Clans Esports next week with a lot of these teams you guys have seen, a lot of fan favorites in there as well. So I'm really looking forward to our next broadcast, not to mention the rest of this broadcast.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome, both of those events. And I wanted to say, it's so crazy what you pointed out. It was always the first attack. So let's take a very close look at the first attacker in our next match that we're going to stream, and hopefully we have, you know, anti-jinxed him or whatever. But first of all, let's concentrate on Jaga now for Dizzy Blast. He is coming in with the last attack of this war. You can see the live score on the right side of your screen, and it's pretty easy. Jaga needs 2 stars and 85% to make sure that his team gets to the grand finals. Anything less than that will mean that Marcos has done it. And so far, nice Warden ability used, nice King ability used, and the Root Riders go into the core nice and healthy.
There we go. Overgrowth on the Town Hall. That's what we see on all of these Root Rider, well, not necessarily all, but most of these Root Rider attacks. It is a pretty standard meta move. Once the Town Hall starts kind of amping up, you go ahead and overgrowth it and then come back to it. Use those Super Barbarians to take out all of those buildings on the outside, a lot of storages, even a couple mortars there. Still look at that. We even have bears up from the Druids. After the 30 seconds, the Druids do transform into those bears, a nice tanky unit, and they are out in front. And this one is a clean triple, and Dizzy Esports will get the victory and move on to our grand final here today, hoping for a chance at a silver ticket still if they can win our whole Open Cup. A very nice war from Dizzy Esports, and a very nice attack there from Yaga getting the triple.
Another quick one as well, around 1 minute and 10. Oh, we see it there, 1 minute 15, and that means that they actually finish with an average of, I think, 1 minute 17, something like that. Amazing stuff, and exactly what you want to show going into that final to your opponent, that because eventually there will be an opponent for them in their final, and if they know that they're able to 3-star that fast, that will apply even more pressure. But yeah, for now, congratulations to Dizzy Blast. That also means they get the 50 points for sure, at least. So this could actually result in the 3-way tie for the remaining spots for next week. So also our 4 leaderboard seats and their distribution will be very, very close and very interesting later today. But yeah, for now, what's your take from this match? Maybe it's all about that first attack, right?
Yeah, who messes up on the first attack? I guess that's been the story so far. But Dizzy did exactly what they needed to. I felt like all their attacks were very consistent. They were very textbook. Marcos just had that slip up, but for the most part, Marcos' attacks were pretty good. But Dizzy just a little bit better here in this matchup. So well-deserved victory. Not saying that Marcos didn't deserve to be here, because they are a very solid squad, but Dizzy did kind of just outperform them in this war, and we'll look to see who they go up against. Now, if you're Dizzy, do you have your fingers crossed, maybe hoping it's not Synchronic? Because Synchronic, they go impossibly fast.
They do, especially Einstein that we talked about before, who showed a 51-second attack already today. And yeah, we are going to be seeing them in our next match. It's going to be Synchronic taking on none other than Momentum Shifters. And the interesting thing is, both of them have a tickets, at least, already. Momentum Shifter only has the silver, so they're looking to make that a golden in the last chance qualifier later this year. And Synchronic has won the first golden ticket this year to the World Championship. So for both of these teams, this is all about the glory of the Snapdragon Pro Series, and of course a little bit about the money as well. But they are not aiming for that silver ticket. That also means if they get to the season finals, that's good news for every other team in there that do not have a ticket yet, because the chances just grow higher of that. Okay, we have the last attack for Marcos Esports. I think I was the one calling it a little bit too early. I thought the last attack was already their last one, but they actually just have 11 stars so far. Of course, one attack is still up to go, but what was this jump spell there? Oh, is there an opening in the wall? I don't
There
really
is
see it,
a wall breaker, but I think the Queen's going to go down. I think she's going to go south here, so I don't think she's going to take the jump. Maybe the King is going to take the jump here. Wait, Queen actually comes back. Okay, so Queen will actually go in there, support the King, and get the jump, as he's going to go ahead and hit ability. Root Riders are in there from the bottom side. We do have one Overgrowth, which goes in right after the Rage spell goes off, rather, just to kind of make that Rage spell a waste. Now, keep an eye on this King as he's getting held up by the Ice Golems. Roots are starting to work through the bottom with the Warden ability. This one's coming together pretty nicely for Marcos, but again, a little too late, as we know that Dizzy Esports have already clinched this war.
Yeah, but still nice to see that they are giving their best, or showing their best in their last attack as well. MWC, you know, not giving up, still trying to get a decent last attack in, a decent last result. Of course, this is the goodbye attack for Marcos Esports, and they can go out of this competition with their hands held high. They showed some amazing wars today, even kicking out one of the best teams in the world. I mean, Millesime MG, who have already gotten a golden ticket earlier this year, so definitely one of the top contestants in this tournament, and Marcos Esports were able to win against them, and they are finishing in style with the 3-star from MWC as the Town Hall goes down. So nice job from them. Unfortunately, their journey in the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 5 ends here, but they represented India, they represented esports well in this match and in the whole tournament.
I think you brought up a really good point there, Maxi. I mean, they took out Millesime MG, one of the best teams in the world, who already have a golden ticket. So if you're Marcos, you have to feel good about what you did here today. Even though you are taking an early exit, you're able to hang in there with some of the best teams in the world. So, like you said, keep your heads held high. Nothing to be ashamed of. All it takes is one mistake in any war, and a lot of times that is the nail in the coffin. As we take a look at our updated bracket here, Dizzy Blast does move on to our grand final, which is a single elimination match, best of one. They will go up against the winner of our next match, Synchronic versus Momentum Shifters. That one should be an incredible matchup as well.
Definitely, we already talked about it when we thought that the match was over, but yeah, this is going to be an incredible second semi-final, and will definitely there will definitely come a worthy finalist, a worthy opponent for Dizzy Blast for the final match today. But before we take a look at this next match, we go to a quick break, and we'll see you guys in just a couple of minutes at the Snapdragon Pro Series.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back, everyone. We're here again with the Snapdragon Pro Series, and I'm joined once again by Woody. Welcome back. How are you doing, bud? And how did you enjoy that last match, our first semifinal?
I'm doing great. It was a wonderful match, but I gotta say, it felt a little one-sided. I thought Marcos could have gone toe-to-toe to the very end, and yet we now have Dizzy moving on to the grand finals. We have yet to see a perfect v perfect war on the big screen, and Naxi, I think it's just about time to get a chance to make that happen.
Absolutely, and I think we have two teams that are definitely able to put just that up. We have Synchronic and Momentum Shifters, as they are also known. Let's see if they're able to shift that momentum, or if they even need it. Hopefully not a bad momentum deriving from a 2-star, but rather from maybe a slow or slower attack. But we really hope for a close match now. And I was talking with Bash about the the first attacks in the wars. They have so far today always the curse of the first attack. Today we have seen the fail in every single first attack that was on stream, and that decided the war eventually. So whoever takes the responsibility of attacking first in that next semifinal definitely has to overcome this curse now. So we have an exciting head-to-head.
I'm really looking forward to it, and it is going to determine which teams are still in contention, advancing with the possibility to the seasonal finals. The Snapdragon Pro Series has got $50,000 on the line, and it is so crystal clear now that there are just 3 teams left in contention for those top spots. With the advancement now of Dizzy, we know one team already is going to have at least 50 points, but these 2 squads on the bottom are both excited about having their opportunity to move on. It is going to be a tough match, though, because we know that one of them already, Synchronic, has got that berth onward in the Snapdragon Pro Series. So we can actually say if Synchronic win this match, they'll be going on to the finals. And we know then that Dizzy will be the only team that isn't yet quite guaranteed to be moving on. They'll have 50 points already, but it'll be up to the tiebreakers at that point to determine whether or not they'll have the win. Whereas Synchronic already know that they've got the advancement. I wonder, what are they fighting for right now? Just an opportunity to eliminate some big opponents?
Probably. Maybe it's the practice, maybe it's the stream time. I don't know, stream time on screen, but I think they're just, they're all competitive in nature, all of those players, of course, in the esports scene. So I guess they just don't want to lose, and there's no other way of getting out of this competition, even though they have the ticket already without losing a match. But I just think they don't want that, and that's why they keep on fighting until the very end. But other than that, I think you made a good point there with, stopping some opponents that they don't necessarily want to see in the last chance qualifier, in the season finals, especially Momentum Shifters, because I think that they are an incredibly strong team with some incredibly fast attackers. But first of all, let's take a look at Simon. He is the first attacker, Woody, and all we're hoping for now is no fail.
Simon from Synchronic with 8 Valkyries, 5 Root Riders, a very heavy ground-based army backing up with a Siege Barracks, 2 Druids. A lot of times we only see 1, but 2 Druids have brought this time. And that Apprentice Warden means that he has got a lot of support for these ground-based troops to be crashing through these walls. Already got a lot of damage off onto that Grand Warden statue and attacking on multiple different fronts now. Simon using that Archer Queen with Healer Puppet in the background to be able to support the attack on the right side, taking down that Headhunter without any trouble at all, while these Root Riders are still very safe in the core.
Yes, nice warden ability. They're keeping them up, keeping it invincible, and also healing them up with from the healing tome. Interesting choice to use the overgrowth spell at the back end and not at the town hall as we usually see it. The royal champion can take easy care of those ice golems from the CC, and now she's actually targeting the monolith, which is good news. With her ability, she'll be easily taking it out. And Woody, I think that's the first time that the first attacker's curse is going to be overcome today. It's looking strong. He has a lot of troops still alive. One multi-inferno that the royal champion has to finally reach when she jumps over the wall. 1 more second, 2 more seconds. 1 minute and 11.
Incredibly fast attack, 1 minute and 11 seconds. It's going to put a lot of pressure on the momentum shifters, seeing such a rapid strike. Now, just for reference, the momentum shifters had a 1 minute and 17 second average on their attack time in their previous war against Gremlin Storm, and so they still have to improve a lot on that if they want to be able to go toe-to-toe against a team that just put a 1 minute and 11 second hit up.
Yeah, and I just remembered, okay, Synchronic had 1 minute 10 in their first war today. I just checked that, but what I remembered is yesterday, qualifying for today, they actually had to face off against HTM Brazil, the current world championships, formerly known as Clash Champs. And in that match, it actually came down to time, and Synchronic won with an incredible 1 minute and 8 second average, while HTM Brazil had exactly 1 minute 11. So just what Simon put on in this attack, and Synchronic were even faster. And one reason for that was one of those crazy Einstein rocket balloon fireball attacks, where he was able to even be 1 second faster than today. He had 50 seconds yesterday, 51 today, but Woody, we have one more hit from him to come. Maybe he can be even faster than that.
Well, I'm looking forward to it. Let's see if it happens, but you can tell already that this is the sort of quick attacking time and reliable strikes that we've come to expect so far from teams at this level. Superb performances all around, and really looking forward to seeing how we get the return fire from momentum shifters. Are they going to be able to come in and keep that time really tight, or is this going to instead be a little bit more tipped in favor of Synchronic right out of the gate? These are two squads that have lots of experience against each other, have watched each other in tournaments for weeks going by now, and with all the stakes on the line for the momentum shifters, a squad that has had plenty of competitive success this year. They've been in 2 Clash of Clans World Championship qualifiers in 2024, both June and July, when they very nearly came in right behind Millesime MG. We can certainly expect them to do a superb job in this next hit.
Yeah, I agree, and it's none other than Ahmad coming in, and he's bringing Electro Dragons. I think we have seen not a single Electro Dragon attack so far today. Is that right, Woody?
Not that I can remember, yeah.
Crazy, yeah. Okay, so let's see if Ahmad is going to make good and especially quick use of them. 1 Electro Dragon single-handedly taking out that town hall there in the rage spell. And so far, I think it's looking this attack is unfolding very, very nicely. He has troops, heroes everywhere around the map, and so many blue Electro Dragons still alive.
Yeah, beautiful start here. Ahmad is looking amazing and got great timing as well on that overgrowth spell. He's going to pop that spiky ball and get the Royal Champion's abilities fired off as well. And this is just going to be a rapid fast attack going toe-to-toe with Synchronic on time. I think they've got them beat on time. Looks like 1 minute and 4 seconds on that first hit.
Yeah, that's what I have, that was what I saw and have written down. Incredible! I mean, I know that Electro Dragons can be fast, but they are not that easy to use. And especially you have to plan ahead where exactly they will move, where their chain damage will go, so what buildings they take out, and thus calculate their pathing afterwards. So they're more complicated than you used to think. I mean, some years ago we said that they are a spam strategy. You just draw a line of Electro Dragons, some balloons behind, and that's it. And then you pray. But today things are different, you know. Yeah, you have the king on the top side with the Royal Champion, the queen somewhere else, I don't know, siege barracks and whatnot. And Ahmad just showed perfection of such a advanced Electro Dragon hit.
Yeah, excellent job there, and congratulations to him on using a strat that's a bit more known for its power than its speed, and yet still showing that there's lots of different ways to make this attack work. I'm really looking forward to this war now, as we are feeling like we're finally getting that war that we've been waiting for since the very beginning of the day. Synchronic and Momentum Shifters, two squads that have tickets. You know, Momentum Shifters have a silver ticket already to the last chance qualifier, but this would really be an upset opportunity for the Momentum Shifters to show that they can take down a team that's already worlds qualified and demonstrate that at that last chance qualifier, they would be then the team to beat, the team at the top, the team that everyone would expect to take it to the end.
Yeah, and there's also a little bit more on the line for them than for Synchronic, because they have not secured their place at the season finals next weekend. And that also comes with the chance of, you know, getting your share of the $50,000 prize pool. That can be up to $20,000 if you win, but at least it will be $2,000. So just winning 2 more matches for them will gain them some nice money on top of what they have earned in this season of Clash Esports.
Yeah, big pickup opportunity here, and they are sensing it. They have really shown us with that last attack that they are doing everything they can to make the most of this moment. They are trying to, you know, take over these bases that Synchronic have built, which have been really difficult so far. I mean, Synchronic was able to get even a defense in their last war. Momentum Shifters are going to try to have to find creative ways of deconstructing these and taking them down that even Synchronic themselves may be surprised a little bit about. Because I think that so far what we've seen from Synchronic is really solid offense, extraordinarily tough bases to crack on defense, and even if Momentum Shifters, as they just did, get one really solid attack to begin with, you still cannot just rely on that and coast to victory. Synchronic has no weak links, and as we saw, they can put up sub 1 minute attacks, as in the case of Einstein. He really did a fantastic job with those rocket loons. So excited to see how things pan out now for Philip. He's bringing in a mass dragon army. Siege barracks on the bottom as we get an E-Drag on the right side and the top to get a little bit of funneling done. Excellent chain lightning value there as a giant arrow cuts through the core of the base with lightning and a couple of earthquakes, but it looks like the Builder Hut is repairing that monolith. Bad news for Philip.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. So the timing, I think, was a little bit off there. However, these Electro Dragons on the outside doing a great job. One of them, unfortunately, gets taken down on the right side, but now it's all about the Dragons moving into the base. Nice job there. Double Rage, Warden ability, and oh no, the Queen goes all the way back around that top side corner instead of clearing the outside was what Philip was intending her to do. And that is quite unfortunate, and that will slow this attack down quite a bit.
Yeah, really tough follow-up now for Philip. He has got to keep time on his side because as it stands so far, this is going to be a really tight star race. But with a single target Inferno still in the top right and bottom right compartments, I don't know what's going to happen. This might not be a 3-star, Maxi.
No. We were just jinxing it. We were just saying we got the match we deserved. That's going to be close until the very end, and now unfortunately it seems to be at least a fail. I mean, how low is the single Inferno on the bottom? I think the Royal Champion damaged it, so both of the singles are 2-shot.
Yeah.
So I think the double cannon though, it can deal so much damage. It depends on where the Queen goes first. Oh, double, triple, giant
triple!
That is so much damage.
Can she survive? The Unicorn and the healers are trying to keep her up. No! By one single hit, Philip's Archer Queen goes down, and all of a sudden the Momentum Shifters are now 4 and ahead.
That is unfortunate. Wow, we can see it there once again. A slither of health on that giant cannon. If the queen, maybe if just one less giant bomb would have been there. The triple giant bomb actually deciding it here. Otherwise, the queen would have taken down the cannon, then the healers and Unicorn would have healed her back up, and she would have taken out the remaining structures. But this way, unfortunately, it is the result that can never happen at this stage, the 2-star. And now it's the same situation as it was in the matches we showed before. Now it is MoShifters' match to lose, and if they keep on 3-starring, they have it in their hands to get to the final match.
Well, that was just an extraordinary result for MoShifters on defense. They have got to be high-fiving, pumping their fists, and so excited to have denied an attack from Synchronic. The first denial that we've seen today from Synchronic, and the first in a very long time. This is a team, remember, that's already qualified for the Open Finals in this Snapdragon Pro Series month. And so with Synchronic now dropping in this hit, this has got to give a lot of confidence to the Momentum Shifters that they may not just be a team that is qualified for the last chance qualifier, but also can make it all the way to the Worlds and go toe-to-toe with top teams like Synchronic.
Yeah, at least Einstein now can go full risk and go for an extremely fast attack. Hopefully with another Rocket Loon strike, because I don't think there's anything that can be faster than that. But it's quite interesting that Synchronic has not been that consistent this season. Oh wow. That's nice. Imran chooses to switch to a Queen Charge Lalo in this attack. And we talked about this before. I think it was Bash and me that sometimes it's better in a situation like that where you just need save 3 stars to stick to your comfort zone and stick to what you have been using recently. That's not what Imran is doing. He is using Queen Charge, and I think that most of the pro players don't use Queen Charges that often anymore these days. So going to be interesting to see. He's taking already like 30 seconds with just a start here, a little bit of a Yeti blimp, and now the queen even has to take care of those ice golems first.
Imran biding his time now knows that Momentum Shifters don't have to compete for a time-based win. They can go a little bit slower here and still score a victory over Synchronic by just scoring 3 stars across the board. This is certainly an unusual attack style to be using this early in the war, and it's only because Synchronic missed on their last attack that we would see slow a strategy, but it is slow and effective, Maxi. Lava Loon is one of the oldest, most reliable attacks in the game, and anyone who's been playing Clash of Clans competitive esports for years knows exactly how to execute on this. There haven't been a whole lot of changes for Town Hall 16 using the Lava Loon attack. You just have to be a little bit careful, for those monoliths, and there's a little bit more spread on these defenses, so the setup can be a little bit trickier, but once you get it done and the air defenses are all lined up, this is just a smashing victory, and Imran really looks cleared for landing to get that 3-star.
Yeah, it doesn't look too bad. Even though he finds the red mine farm there on the right side, the Royal Champion takes care of the multi-inferno. Queen still has her ability. I mean, it's thinning out quite a bit there towards the end, but I think the queen could finish this off herself as well. But yeah, the loons do it anyways, and it's not even that slow. He started early with the king and the lava loon part, and it finishes around 2 minutes. He gets the job done, and that's all that his team could ask for. Another 3-star for Momentum Shifters. 3 more attacks to go, and they have to 3-star, and if they 3-star all of them, they make it to the finals.
Let's take a look at this replay now as you get to see the middle and ending sections of that attack. A really crushing blow against Synchronic, with Momentum Shifters now picking up a single star lead in the early war, and that's pretty much all you need in the early war to really gain a lot of advantage. Synchronic now are going to have to go for save 3 stars of their own to try to hope to get a defense, but once again, it's not even like they really had a dominating performance that kept them close on percentage. Philip with a 2-star, 93%. Does have a pretty nice, appreciable percentage there, but it's possible that Momentum Shifters could miss as well and still stay ahead with a 94% or better 2-star. This is really going to be a tough run for Synchronic to go first in the next 3 rounds of this war, and to still just try to hope that they can get a defense at some point.
For sure, but it's still a decent percentage. So if things go south or wrong in an attack from Momentum Shifters, there is a good chance that they stay underneath that. While, for example, the around 80% fails we saw earlier on today, even if things go wrong, you usually end up above 80%, you know what I mean? So the chances are even higher. So at least Synchronic can base their hope on that, maybe. But yeah, as you said, first of all, they need to 3-star now. But what I'm still most excited about is going to be that next Einstein attack whenever he is going to be sent into war by his squad. I mean, General X probably will do another Druid Yeti attack. That could be interesting to watch as well. I like these quite a lot. Let's see. Ooh, it's Einstein Woody. Let's see what he's got.
He's got those rocket loons again. Spiky ball on the king. I'm guessing there's going to be a giant fireball on that warden, although we haven't seen it yet. And with a giant arrow on that Archer Queen as well. Yep, we are going to get a lot of destruction automatically dumped into the space. 3 lightning spells and 3 earthquakes as well. And I just don't think there's going to be anything left in that core after Einstein gets the drops out here. Only brought 3 invisibility spells, so he's going to do a little bit of work early on to make sure that he gets the perfect deploy here. And boom goes the dynamite, drops it right on that bottom left section. And the spell support is coming on out. Giant arrow cutting into the core, and the monolith is down, Maxi.
Yeah, nice job there with combining the giant arrow and the zaps and the fireball, and able to take out even the monolith and the poison tower in the core. So nothing slowing down these troops anymore in the core, and now he's sprinkling everything in because eventually he has to collapse onto that town hall. That's going to be the final building in this base, and it's definitely going to be the 3-star. How fast can it be? It's all about that time now. Town hall, go down. Wow. Can it be sub 1 minute? Yes, 59 seconds.
A sub 1 minute strike from Einstein, exactly you love to see from him. Those rocket balloons are so effective at taking out those defenses still along the edges. And of course, that giant fireball going right into the core of the base, is super powerful. Lightning and earthquake just cannot be denied. They do not miss. The only thing that we ever seen missing with them is just calculating the damage that they're able to deal with. A builder hut still staying up, it might be able to deny the sort of damage that a strike like that can do, but not in the hands of Einstein. He did not mess that up at all. And yeah, chef's kiss. That was just a beautiful sub 1 minute triple from a world's caliber player.
Absolutely. And I mean, the way Einstein has developed is just insane. He does this on a regular basis nowadays, and he has different approaches for every single base. Of course, it's always the same pattern, but it's the same for every attack strategy out there, right? And he's able to find these plans and combine these different damages of giant arrow, of fireball splash, of earthquakes, of zap spells, of even the spiky ball and stuff like that in such creative ways. And, you know, being consistently able to triple underneath 1 minute is something that no other player in the esports scene can do at the moment. Maybe Kazuma from Navi is close to that, but I think sometimes he goes with different strategies. But yeah, what we've been seeing from Einstein today is just on another level.
Well, we also know that Einstein is, interestingly, one of the newer players to the pro scene. He was competing last year in the 2023 championship qualifiers and made it into the 2024 April qualifier earlier this year, as well as World's warm-up. With that golden ticket on their side, Synchronic have kind of got Einstein as like the secret weapon, as a player who has been on the scene for a while, but who's like had this like incredible storyline of rapid, fast development and showing a relatively new attack style. And so I think that there's a lot to look forward to later this year, and also, you know, at Worlds from Synchronic Although I gotta say, for right now, it still seems like Momentum Shifters have got a dominating lead that is gonna be hard for them to give up.
Yeah, I think so too. And but yeah, now back to this war. You know, all the excitement about Einstein is nice, but still, you win a war not by creativity, not by a single fast attack, but by the best result for your team. And unfortunately, Philip was not able to 3-star. So we are still in a situation where Momentum Shifters can secure the victory by just 3-starring in any way. And we see that Leo is not going out of his comfort zone, at least not trying something that he doesn't usually do, like Imran did before. He is coming in with another Root Rider smash. Overgrowthing that center, and Woody, we talked about it last week, he brought 2 overgrowth spells, and that seems to be the more safe option for those mass Root Rider attacks.
Yeah, big overgrowth in the core of the base keeps those Root Riders safe and rounding along the outer edges. We've said it so often that those Root Riders want to encounter the Town Hall last because it ensures that they are going to not take as much damage from that Giga Bomb going off and from the poison spell that is in there as well. Interesting choice here from Leo to only overgrowth about 2/3 of those center compartments with the last round, as he's just going to have to wait a little while for the last overgrowth spell to wear off. Deploying those little Super Barbarians along the edge in a beautiful little formation. They are going to give it one last salute as the overgrowth finishes, and the freeze is down for Momentum Shifters Leo to roar on to a 3-star victory.
Yes, it's definitely going to be that 3-star. Still well under 2 minutes. Not a record time or anything, but you know, you always have to play as fast as you need to. Don't exaggerate, don't overachieve, just do what is needed for your team, be a team player, and that's exactly what he's doing here. Nice job, and they are on path for the finals. So great job from Momentum Shifters. Who's still missing? I think Imran. Oh no, Imran has attacked, but he's usually their fastest attacker. I wonder if there's anyone in that team that can pull off a 1-minute attack or so, but we're probably not going to be seeing it in this match anyways, as they don't take too much risk anymore.
Yeah, when you're ahead of Star, you are not trying to do anything fancy and lose that lead. But with Ahmad pulling off a 1-minute and 4-second strike, we already know that the Momentum Shifters have players that can hit really hard and fast. Still, we're going to have to wait until the grand finals, I think, to get a chance to see them pull a rabbit out of the hat, so to speak, and give us those rapid, fast attacks. Right now, it's going to be just that easygoing, smooth sailing toward the end. With 3 attacks on the board for each team already, we are now rounding out the mid-war with an opportunity to go back to Synchronic and see how they want to try to shape up the late war. What sort of armies they want to bring, what sort of strategies they've got to bear, if they're just going to, bring in even more lava loons because that's what works best for them when they don't have to worry about time, or if it's going to be more of those big boys marching in behind the super witches. Yet to be seen, but I'm really looking forward to seeing how Momentum Shifters handle it, because I know that if we get to see them in the grand finals going up against Dizzy, it's going to be a superb match there where it comes, down to everything being on the line. So, yeah, great matches.
Sure, yeah. I mean, we have 2 teams that are already qualified: HTM Brazil and Synchronic. And other than that, I think all of the teams will have 50 points then. If Dizzy, Blast, and Momentum Shifters make it to the final, one of them will make it directly and one will have 50 points. We also have SRG Esports, formerly VM Surgical, and STMN Esports, both sitting at 50 points. So, yeah, oh, and MMG, of course, they're also already qualified. So those 3 then have to, it will be between those 3 to get one last place to the season finals. Interesting, but now we're looking at Emir Khan here. He's coming in with the Root Riders using the Queen ability early on, and so far I think it's all looking very solid for him.
Yeah, great start for Emir Khan. Synchronic know how to get a beautiful setup here, and that is once again what they have done. Single target Inferno heating up on those Root Riders. but it looks like it's locking onto a few that have already got a little bit low health. Royal Champion's going to come in to save the day, taking that down, and paired up with the Spirit Fox, you should be able to round along the top side as these Root Riders cut right through into the core to take down a Scatter Shot next. It's a little bit of an awkward positioning now as that Overgrowth spell is going to wear off, and the Town Hall plus the Scatter Shot are going to start to fire away at them. They've done so much work early on that Amirkhan's still happy to just drop a Rage spell to help out that Queen on the bottom side, Maxi.
Yeah, and still another freeze there, nicely timed on the Town Hall. Now he will be able to take that base down in, or what is left of it, in no time. And another solid attack, and yeah, it just shows how good Synchronic actually are, and that one miss will hurt so bad. I mean, a player like Philip misses like, I don't know, at this level 1 out of 10 times maybe. It's just so unfortunate that it is in such an important match. I mean, at least in a match so far into the competition. If we are honest, it's not that important for Synchronic, as it doesn't matter if they get the direct qualification or the already safe qualification through the leaderboard.
Well, 6 one way, half dozen the other. They know that they're going to be moving on, and whether or not they're able to eliminate momentum shifters, that's not really going to matter a whole lot to them. We will see Synchronic next week because they've already scored, well, not just 45, but I guess it's going to be a total of 70 points with their semifinals showing today. And so that will leave them, actually, I think, with more points than any other team besides Millesime MG, or they'll also have more points than Millesime MG. So I think Synchronic have more leaderboard points than any other team. That's right. Yeah, Millesime MG and HTM Brazil have 60. Synchronic, if they lose, will have 70. But of course, there's still a chance that they make it. But then that will be all, and all the other teams will have 50 points that still have a chance. But yeah, we can only talk about that once this match is over. We said it time and time again. Anything can happen up until the very last attack. But those teams seem to make it look easy. At least Momentum Shifters have not shown any weakness so far, and they still have some very experienced, very good players. I think, yeah, Sean and Zekin are still left on their roster to attack, and they have had so much time as well to look over the base, talk to their clan mates, and you know, double check, falsify if their planning is good, if also their clan mates think that, for example, a king is able to make use of a jump spell if he dies earlier and stuff like that. All these small little details that these players take into account, and that sometimes we as viewers don't even notice because we just see the result. Boom, another 1 minute 3-star, you know. But there goes so much into the planning of those attacks. And yeah, it's another Root Rider attack from Sean coming in with the giant gauntlet and the spiky ball. Momentum Shifters, Sean next to move in, and with that giant deploy on the bottom right section, that King and Queen are going to get some great work done on those compartments. Marching in next is going to be the Root Rider, supported by that Grand Warden in the bottom area. Along with the Royal Champion, he's gone all in heavy with these heroes early on.
Yeah, nice job though. Using the Queen Giant Arrow with the Zap spells to take care of the Monolith. And that definitely saved him a couple of spells later on. Yes, he didn't have to freeze that. And at the same time, look at this. He has like 3 alleys in this base, and I mean, there's the outside of the base and then the 3 alleys inside of the walls, and he took care of every single alley and every single building with different parts of this attack strategy. And with the rage and the freeze still intact, there is no doubt that Sean lives up to the expectation and to the pressure and triples this base in under 80 seconds.
Beautiful follow-up, and I know he's going to be very happy to have just one more hit remaining for his team to cement their position in the grand finals of this week. Sean's excellent finish there leaves little doubt that the momentum shifters are going to be able to close this one out with just one more round of attacks for both of these teams. Synchronic have got to be shaken in their boots, hoping that there's just one more defense that they can pull off. They were able to get a defense in their previous war, so not entirely impossible, but missing first puts you at such a disadvantage instead of being the second team to miss, because the first team that misses shows to their opponents that then they can go a lot slower. They don't have to take any risks. They don't have to worry about time. They can make their safe 3 stars, as we've started to call them, a reality with attacks that don't have to rely so much on just rapid, fast finishes, and instead can just go for those more robust approaches.
Yeah, and that's just it. We have to embrace the situation that we find ourselves in. That goes for us, that goes for you guys as viewers, and goes for the players, of course, as well. And especially General X, who's the last remaining attacker for Synchronic, will do just that. We know that he is always very motivated, one of the most ambitious players out there that I know, also a very good base builder. And I mean, the bases have not defended yet, but that is also a very tough question or tough achievement to ask any base builder for these days with this offense heavy meta. But I'm sure that he wants to show us another great attack from him, maybe even something creative. And in my opinion, the Druid Yeti attack is something that he actually did for the first time. So I think it's something that he thought of first, and I feel like they have made good use of it, like a very reliable and also fast strategy. So maybe that is what he's going to present to us.
I'm looking forward to finding out what it's going to be one way or the other. It is going to be coming up shortly. Just up next, the last attack from Synchronic Gaming against the Momentum Shifters in this semifinal match. Advancement is on the line, and General X wants to make the most of this opportunity. He is going to be moving back in with Root Riders and Valks, as the Yetis are going to get the cold shoulder this time around. We've got instead Druids and that Apprentice Warden to back up a big push, but a massive spread on those Root Riders is making it a bit difficult for the Grand Warden to stay locked in on either one of those two groups.
Yeah, not that great. Also, not too many Valkyries in there. A lot went over to the King to get inside this compartment there. However, he uses the Warden ability. He delayed it as much as possible, so that was some good stuff there. But yeah, he didn't bring an overgrowth spell, so he wanted to be extremely quick, but I feel like the overgrowth spell would have brought a little bit of security to this attack 3-starring. Just one more freeze that he now uses. At least it was perfectly placed. But yeah, I think, Woody, now that I see the Royal Champion with her Hoggies going into that Town Hall, it's 100% safe to say that he's got this. And this is a very fast 3-star, lightning fast, 1 minute and 8, especially for Root Riders. That is not something you see every day.
Yeah, that is a massive, massive strike. General X doing everything that he can to close this out for a possibility of Synchronic getting the win with just over a minute to finish that one. That was a beautiful march off performance from Synchronic. You know, there's nothing else that they can do at this point besides hope and pray that one of their last bases can now hold up in a defense against the Momentum Shifters. But most shifters don't have too tall of a task ahead of them. 2 stars and 94% would be sufficient to get the win with a victory ahead and above what Philip was able to put up in his attack from Synchronic.
Yeah, definitely a hurdle that they can usually overcome. A tiny bit of pressure maybe on Zekin, but you know, he will know his worth, he will know his abilities, he will know especially the experience from thousands of attacks that he has done in the past, and that's what he should just think of now and rely upon for this remaining strike, and then I think everything will be good for them. Still a great showing from Synchronic. I just took a look at their average time, and even though they had to fail, which was quite slow, they're around 1 minute and 16, 1 minute 17 average, which is still incredibly fast. So it would definitely have been exciting between both of these teams, but it was not the speed showdown that we were hoping for. Still, it is the showdown now with the Zekin's last attack. It's the star showdown. 3 of them are enough to get directly to the final. And if it's 2, it depends on percentage, but I doubt it will come to that, Woody.
Yeah, doubt that it's going to be that tight of a race. It would be very fun to count off the final buildings going off. But still, it really does look like Zekin, one of the superstar players from this Momentum Shifters lineup, is going to have little trouble at all at getting another 3-star. He picked one up also against Gremlin Storm earlier today on a 1 minute and 11 second timer. And so I certainly think that he is going to be up for the task in this next attack ahead for him. The last one of this war before we can close it out with a confirmed Momentum Shifters victory. Remember, we have Dizzy Esports waiting in the wings as the Dizzy Blast lineup is contending for that grand finals position. They are certainly watching intently this next attack to make sure that whatever plans they're putting together for their next war can stay intact as the Momentum Shifters expected to take the win on this one last hit.
Yeah, and that might be one reason why Imran chose to bring the Queen Charge Lalo instead of doing a regular attack, so they don't get any inside information on the types of attack that they usually use. There we go, Zekin starting us off with a nice giant arrow and earthquake combination. I think, yeah, he took care of the Rage Tower, triggering that early on, and now hopefully it runs out before his troops reach the center with all of those splash damage defenses.
Big stakes on the line here for Zekin now as he makes his way into the core of the base. He is about to get that first star claimed. CC's coming down, and it's going to be Ice Golem trying to slow down this Root Rider assault, but he still has lots of spell support to be able to commit to it. There goes the Overgrowth on the bottom side there, and is still doing lots of work in the core, but he's going to get slowed down right on top of this scatter shot. The World Champion tries to take it out in time, and she does. Ice Golem's going to pop there, and the army's going to be slowed down quite a bit. There's not any damage coming out from those bottom defenses as the Overgrowth is still up, but the enemy Barbarian King is causing a little bit of a slowdown here. Now we've got 2 Headhunters working on him, though, and it looks like Zekin is about to collapse onto the final section of this core, still with 2 abilities and 3 spells to commit. That is it. He has sealed the deal, and it is a victory for the Momentum Shifters.
Even able to swag the rage spell there in the core of the base. He could have added 2 free spells to that as well if he wanted, but he chooses to play it safe there towards the end. Royal Champion ability also was not used, so a very convincing strike, and they definitely lived up to the expectations that we had in them. It was very fast as well. I didn't write down the exact time, but I think it was around 1 minute and 10. So Zekin not leaving a doubt that Momentum Shifters deserve the place in the finals, and they will take on Dizzy Blast for the direct qualification for the season finals.
Very exciting final score there. 15 stars for the Momentum Shifters against Synchronic, coming up short with 14. Momentum Shifters advancing on to the grand finals with their one and only performance in the bracket portion of the Snapdragon Pro Series. Let's take a look at this week's bracket, and you can see the storyline as it now shapes up. The winner of the grand finals will advance and get into the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 5 finals. $50,000 will be awarded in that top 8 showing for the best teams that have been competing so far this season, and the team that wins this next match will be there for sure. Open question for the other team whether they'll be able to advance or not, as we're gonna have to calculate the tiebreakers on that one, Maxi. But I know that we are just a few short minutes away until we're able to get that last match started.
Yeah, that's right. And it's going to be a $2,000 match because that's what the minimum price is once these teams reach the season finals, which will happen next week. We said it before and we'll say it again, guys. Mark your calendars. Next Saturday and Sunday at 2 p.m. UTC, we will be there with the season finals with all the teams that have qualified already and with the team that will qualify today and the 4 teams from the leaderboard. So it's going to be really exciting. I'll be stepping away for the final match and Woody and Bash will be presenting all the action to you, and we'll see you guys for that in the Snapdragon Pro Series in a couple of minutes.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Howdy, Chiefs, and welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. It is the 4th cup of our 5th season, and we are now in the grand finals. Welcome back also to the main stage, the one, the only Clash Bashing. Bash, we have got an awesome war ahead of us. What do you expect to see next?
Well, hopefully not a missed attack in the first couple of attacks. That's been our storyline today, is 2 stars in the first couple of attacks have cost all of our teams thus far. So hopefully, if there's a missed attack, it comes down there at the end. So it's a little bit of a closer battle, and we can have a little bit of drama build up to the hype ending. But I think both of these teams should be able to deliver on that as we take a look at our grand final, Dizzy Blast versus Momentum Shifters.
Yeah, the hype and excitement could not be any higher for these two teams. Extraordinary squads that have made it to a very impressive finish. Despite not having any leaderboard points at all to their names, they are now in striking distance of making it onto the season finals. Dizzy Blast has got an awesome lineup including Schneider, Zahid, Den, Yaga, Chien, and Milanello AF.
Yeah, this team has been very, very solid, very, very consistent thus far throughout our tournament. I've really liked what I've seen from them, to be honest. I mean, they've got some known players and some unknown players in there, but they are making the best of this opportunity. But on the other hand, we have the Momentum Shifters, Leo, Ahmed, Sean, Zekan, and Irman. These guys have been putting up some really good numbers, some really good results in a lot of tournaments, not just our own tournament, throughout all of Clash of Clans Esports. They do already have the silver ticket, if I'm correct there, so they're kind of just playing to for honor and maybe even to keep Dizzy out of our grand final and the chance for that silver ticket.
Well, they're also playing for the money they can gain in the season finals, $50,000. And as we were just reminded by Maxi, it's a minimum $2,000 prize from the team that's able to advance to the season finals. That would be the 8th place finish from the top squads in this month's competition for this season, but way more to be gained. You can go 10x that much if you get first place, $20,000 for the top team in this season's Snapdragon Pro Series. So that is a lot to compete for both of these squads. And yeah, Dizzy Esports as well, looking for that last chance qualifier ticket. There is still so much excitement and energy among these two teams, and a lot of stakes on the line here, Bash.
Yeah, for sure. And we talked about it at the open of the show. There was a few teams in here that needed to win and get in, Dizzy being one of those teams. Momentum Shifters could look to play spoiler, keep them out of our grand finals that are next weekend, Saturday and Sunday, 10 p.m. Eastern time. I know Maxi gave CEST and UTC, well, us American Eastern and Pacific. I guess it'd be what does 7 Pacific? What do you got? 9 a.m. Central?
A little early. Hey, that sounds right about the right time though. I'm just gonna punch it into my handy dandy Google time translator thing, anyways. But
that's what I always do is whoop, whoop.
At a reasonable hour, and we can get the exact details before the end of the stream for anyone who might need it. But this next match is going to be shaping up very shortly with these two teams already having their bases deployed and getting them armies cooked up and ready to rumble. Dizzy and Momentum Shifters have had an impressive run already today with the teams that they've defeated. Dizzy coming in over the top of Marcos Esports, but also, with Marcos taking the win over Millesime, Dizzy has got a very impressive run, taking a seed from one of the golden ticket holding teams. But the same can be said in Momentum Shifters. They actually got a win directly over Synchronic. And so that there is so much riding on this next war that these two teams are going to be very excited to prosecute to the utmost.
Yeah, I mean, if you've been watching Clash of Clans Esports, some would say that Momentum Shifters over Synchronic was a little bit of a surprise, but if you've been watching this season, I mean, Momentum Shifters have been right there in all of our tournaments, all the community tournaments, all the qualifiers, so this team is very solid, very well put together. I don't think it's a big surprise that we see them here in our final for Cup number 4 and potentially into our grand final. So Momentum Shifters looking to kind of set tone here. Dizzy, obviously, they have to win this. They have to get through here. But we will also have some tiebreaker scenarios, which could be interesting. Schneider's going to come in first with the Root Rider attack. Tons of those barbarians and their spiky ball on the king. Just setting this one up really nice. Looks like the giant arrow from the queen was already deployed through the middle of the base. Also with an earthquake to take out the rage tower near that town hall, which kind of counters, instead of needing the overgrowth, that rage tower is off now. So you don't really need that overgrowth and you don't have to circle back to the town hall.
Yeah, an impressive start here so far from Schneider, going in lickety split toward that Town Hall. He is going to take a lot of damage now as the 2 scatter shots and the Town Hall Giga Bomb are going to be exploding, but he pops that Grand Warden Eternal Tome just in time to deny the big shock of damage that could have come in there. We've got a Royal Champion still left to deploy her ability, with the Barbarian King even getting a smack. Whoa, what is going on with that ability?
Oh.
Fists were flying all over the map, Bash.
Yeah, maybe a little.
What's going on?
I don't know, but he hit him with the 1-2 piece, Woody, and it's going to be a restart here with a minute 9 minutes. No, I think it was a minute 9. I don't think it ticked over there. A minute 9 seconds is really, really quick. That's exactly what you want if you're Dizzy. I think this is really close to that time. Oh, we just missed it. We just missed that king there, but very nice open. Schneider has been very consistent for this Dizzy team on the open. Very fast, very solid. That's exactly what they needed.
I hope I wasn't the only one to see that extraordinary, fists flying across the screen from that Barbarian King. But still, yeah, a really, really impressive 3-star finish for the first attack, and Dizzy are off to the races. We have got an awesome war ahead of us. And this final match is already showing that neither of these teams are going to take the time for granted. With an attack sub 80 seconds, we are already seeing a really, really quick start. So looking forward to seeing what the Momentum Shifters can put up against that now, Bash.
What I really liked of that one, we didn't see the opener, but the giant arrow did sweep through there and use the earthquake to take out that rage tower. I really like that open quite a bit, because then you don't have to overgrowth and you have less of a risk of a 1-star. We don't see a ton of 1-stars, but it is a thing that does happen when all those troops go past the town hall and they have to circle right back. It does happen. So that taking that strategy kind of eliminates that risk. And you saw there, the time was fine. It's not like it slowed them down any. So I like that one quite a bit here. Momentum Shifters, obviously, they're going to have to come out hopefully 75 seconds or so, keep pace. I just hope we don't see any misses in these first 4 attacks. That's my goal. Once we get past the first 4, let's see how the war plays out here.
Yeah, completely in agreement with you there. I think that this would be a very tough war for a player to have a miss on. This is certainly expected to go the full distance, with a high probability of it turning out to be one of those perfect v perfect matches that comes down to time. And so, yeah, I mean, don't jinx it, but we'll keep our eyes out for any little cracks in the defenses that start to show, giving our spectators every little bit of a hint that we can about which team is gaining the advantage, where is the needle shifting as these battles are going on, Bash.
Yeah, I think if we mention it too much, we reverse jinx it, so it just won't happen, right? That's why I keep bringing it up. So,
oh yeah,
if we reverse jinx it, right? Yeah, I mean, there's no way that we're gonna jinx anything. I mean, all these players have been on the big stage. They know what they're doing. There's no way they ever miss an attack early in the war. We would never see that here in the grand final.
No, certainly not. Certainly not. Yeah, but I don't appreciate the tone of your voice there, Bash. It seems like you're opening up the horrible possibility of a team.
I want the opposite. I don't want it to happen. I want this to be 15-15 within a few seconds.
Okay, well, an admirable declaration from my co-caster here, and we shall now soon see whether Ahmad can rise to the occasion. He pops off an overgrowth in the core, but not onto the town hall, where a battle blimp is going to make it all the way there, and with a tornado trap going off, still not going to be enough to deny these balloons, which path directly over the town hall, and with the death damage of one of those later ones, will finish it off.
Yeah, that was a little bit risky. Did use the freeze, which was the right play, but those balloons just couldn't get in there. But as you mentioned, the depth damage was enough to finish off. Now keep an eye on this core as that Rage Tower goes off. All this damage is going to ramp up a little bit, but look at this. There's not many troops that are actually in range of those Rage defenses. Rage up multi-target Infernos, multi-target Archer Towers, and that Monolith is really nice. Once that Rage fades, everything will be able to go through there. So does King ability, a Rage, 2 freezes. So time, the power is enough on this one. Look at that spiky ball. Wow, swagging out spells. It is a little bit slower, however, as we get through at 1 minute 16 seconds. So it will be advantage Dizzy by 7 seconds in our first strikes.
Tough follow-up for Dizzy now, but with the time advantage, they see now that even though Ahmad can hit hard, he cannot gain the lead out of the first 2 rounds of hits. And we have still got a very interesting war to follow up coming up next, y'all. Keep your eyes peeled, because this war cannot tilt one side or the other too fast. We know that with the seconds getting counted by each of these teams, every little advantage that they can possibly muster with any attack going to be forefront in their mind. I'm really looking forward to seeing how they choose to execute on these last opportunities, Bash.
What was really interesting there is he ended up having, 4 spell space worth of swag, 2 freezes and a rage, because he just kind of overpowered it. But you see a lot of players saving at least a freeze, maybe even a rage to the later end of the attack, just in case. Didn't need it there, but maybe if he used that rage a little bit earlier in the attack, could have maybe shaved off 2 or 3 seconds. I mean, it's only a 7-second difference after our first attack, so there's still tons and tons of war left. But that's something we can maybe come back to and look at and like, maybe could have saved a few seconds there. Hopefully it doesn't come to that, because that would be very disappointing for momentum shifters, but those are the things we got to kind of keep in the back of our head as this war progresses and we get into our second volley of attacks here.
Right, you are. There is still a lot left in this war and a lot of excitement from these players, still trying to figure out who is going to be the king of this final round. The grand finals is what it all comes down to in the end, and with an ever so slight 7-second lead, Dizzy Blast now are going to be not happy yet with where they're at, but certainly definitely going to be a little bit excited about where things are shaping up. I think that they have got a lead that is going to be really difficult to start to shake psychologically in the heads of the momentum shifters. They know that with those seconds coming in against them so far, they're gonna have to start bit by bit trailing off on that. But who is left on the momentum shifters roster that we can take a look at maybe that has had really quick attacks in the past? I know that Zekin has. Ahmad was actually the quickest attacker in the last war, and so coming in with 1 minute and 16 already at a deficit to Dizzy, that's got to be some bad news for them, right?
Yeah, but I mean, it's kind of been like a little bit of a coast in here. We haven't really seen either team have to really like put their foot down through the floor and press that gas and go as fast as they can. So I think as this war progresses and we see less and less mistakes, I think we'll have to see who can come up with that big strike. We do have dragons. Here comes that giant arrow through the middle of the base with the queen. She will go ahead and have those healers in there, and then here comes a siege barracks up top to deal with that enemy king. I like that play quite a bit. Dragons are in right there at about the 10-second mark. We talked about that a little bit earlier, getting those troops in early, especially all those high damage dealing troops, and Zahid has that going right away as the king and queen are on the left side, dragons up the middle, and they should make their way to the town hall very soon.
Marching onward, and those dragons have got some great protection from that Grand Warden. The Eternal Tome popped early, but that is not going to be too much of a worry for them as they're marching on now right into the core. Overgrowth is down, and great protection for them so far. Just one scatter shot going to be a bit of a dastardly defense for Zahid to have to deal with. It's backed up with support from an enemy royal champion on defense and that huge ricochet cannon that's going to force out a freeze from Zahid, the last spell he's got here now, Bash.
Yeah, but he's cooking through here. This Royal Champion spiky ball comes over to assist with the King. Last defense goes down, so the Royal Champion will be able to get over here and help out with these last few buildings. And it's going to be a minute 11. Dizzy is flying through here. Their first 2 attacks, a minute 10-second average. That is exactly where you want to be. Now you're going to start having momentum shifters be in a position where they're going to need to go quicker. We're seeing 70 seconds or less so far on the first 2 attacks for Dizzy. So momentum shifters are going to start looking at these bases and start looking, where can we make up times? Could we do something? Can we go with a crazy fireball rocket loon strategy maybe? I mean, I think we see that towards the end of the war if it's a little bit, out of reach. But for now, I think they stick to their ball game and just look, where can we shave off a few seconds here and there with any of these plans?
Good points, Bash. Great questions for these players. They're going to have to ultimately answer it and give us some sort of definitive tilt one way or the other. But with Zahid scoring a confirmed 1 minute and 11-second strike, it is still extraordinarily quick. A 70-second average time so far on the first 2 hits from Dizzy Blast, and they are just blazing a trail to the finish line now with the momentum shifters trying to keep pace. Their second attack would need to be a minute and 4 seconds if they wanted to be able to even up the time race at this point. A really difficult bar to set at so high a standard. So, man, I got to be feeling for both of these teams right now. It is not going to be an easy march onward either way, but I am very excited to see how it turns out because so far we have got a terrifyingly close match, Bash.
Yeah, but this is what we need. This is what we need in our grand finals. After all of our wars thus far have been kind of lopsided, not necessarily lopsided. I mean, it's been 14-15, but it felt like lopsided because it's always been that early attack. This is what we need. We need a closer war, finish on a strong note, and momentum shifters. I'm just wondering, can they make up this time without making a mistake? Because, like you mentioned, a minute 4 seconds. It's not impossible, but it does. It's there in like kind of the upper echelon when you start talking about times. I mean, we have seen Einstein go 51 seconds earlier today, but that's a whole different thing. You have to be consistent, you have to be strong, but also not make any mistakes while you're doing it.
Well, let's see how they choose to prosecute this next hit. It is going to be a tough follow-up now. Momentum shifters know that they have got a lot left ahead of them to pull off a victory yet in this war. But will it happen? They are going to be moving in next, and a minute and I'd say 10 seconds has got to be what they're shooting for here if they want to try to stay within reach of Dizzy. Imran marching in with a spiky ball, giant arrow, and Frosty on the Queen. Interestingly enough, Electro Owl for a lot of big solid damage, but not going to be bringing the same sort of pets that we've seen from most other players for this Mass Dragon army.
We're starting to see Frosty be used on Queen just a little bit more, and it allows her just to get a little bit more value out of that push that she has, with her getting the 3 healers out of her archer, the healer puppet, excuse me, and then using that giant arrow early. The Frosty just takes a little bit of the pressure off her when she goes into those high damage areas. Here comes the overgrowth on the town hall. The rage spell did not go off. A lot of times we wait for that rage spell to go off, but the troops kind of weren't making their way in, and he needed that sweeper taken care of. So Imran goes ahead and uses the overgrowth. Now the dragons will path around. Royal Champion and King are working on the top side, so they should be able to direct traffic there. But we have to deal with the town hall, and there is a rage tower yet to go off.
Big, heavy opportunity now for Imran to try to get this timing even closer. He's dropping every spell he's got as the freeze is going to be going down. Rage as well to help those Hog Riders. And the core of the base has got its last freeze off. 1 minute mark, and he's only got 2 buildings left. That is exactly what the momentum shifters needed, folks. What a fast hit from Imran in the barely over 1 minute category. We now have a lead for the momentum shifters on time against a Dizzy Esports squad that seemed to be going faster and faster, but could not keep pace against the momentum shifters with such a huge hit.
I had that one at 1 minute, 1 second, Woody. So a 10-second shift there. Momentum shifters will actually be up 3 seconds now after our second attacks. Yes, This is what I'm talking about. We talk about the speed meta, and this is what I like to see from it. If we're going to go fast, let's go fast, Ricky Bobby. Both these teams are living up to the hype so far.
Beautiful analogy, beautiful reference. I love that there is such a great, energy from both of these teams to, ratchet up the excitement even higher as we get into the mid-war now. We've got a confirmed time from Dizzy Blast at the 1 minute and 10 second mark average, while Momentum Shifters are now at 1 minute and 8 seconds average. Ooh. So super close and giving us a lot to look forward to as this war continues now, but still perfection on both sides. Neither players given any space to their opponents, and a lot still left to take place in this match, Bash.
Woody, this could be one of those wars where we see like 1 minute 25, 1 minute 30 end up costing one of these teams. The way this is going, the way these teams are playing, I mean, what our slowest attack is 116 thus far. So if you start seeing something above 120, that's really kind of getting in that danger zone. I love these kinds of wars. If we're going to have a speed meta, if we're going fast, if we're tripling everything, let's have it close like this where it can come down to the very last attack. Dizzy's up next to bat. Let's see if they can hit it out of the park, or maybe at least try to go for a triple, rounding those bases as quickly as possible.
I want to see it happen. Let's get it on, guys. We are going to be getting into this attack shortly, so bear with us just a few more moments. But what would you say, Bash, are you expecting to see in terms of attack strategies? Is it going to be going back to the ground as those Root Rider Valkyrie armies have been so effective before? Or do you think that there's been a pivot to the skies as more dragons have been brought out time and again now?
Yeah, I mean, so far it's been kind of a little bit of a mix here from Dizzy. However, Momentum Shifters going both dragons. Obviously, I don't know what the next base looks like, but it feels like Dizzy kind of likes those Root Riders, but they're also kind of competent with the dragons. I don't know if we see something else, something crazier than that, but I would definitely, if I had to guess, I think we would go with a Root Rider attack here, as they can go pretty quickly with them. Yep, there we go. Root Riders, Valkyries, even a couple of those Druid troops in there. I love the addition of 2 Druids here from Chien, as we do see the spiky ball, giant arrow. We're seeing a lot of giant arrows just to direct that queen in the right direction. Here comes the siege barracks over there on the left, and the funnels should be set and push all those troops right through the middle towards that ricochet cannon.
Well, there they go. Chen from Dizzy Esports sees his opportunity and will be doing everything he can with a massive DPS boost from that siege barracks, along with 2 heroes cruising along the outer top right edge. It's going to be that big overgrowth now right on top of the town hall to try to shut down most of the defenses while those Root Riders catch up. 13 Super Barbarians still yet to commit to this raid, and that is a lot of DPS that he's going to be able to hold for the back end as well. Still holding on to a Rage, a Freeze, and a Skeleton spell to be able to give a little bit more oomph to this push.
Here come those Super Barbarians on the top. Their job is to get rid of all those buildings on the top side so the Root Riders and the heroes can all collapse at the Town Hall. Freeze spell goes down on the Monolith, on the Town Hall area. Keep an eye on these Super Minions on the left. We did get past 1 minute right here. This could be that slower attack we were talking about. 1 minute and 10 seconds is approaching, and the Town Hall is not down yet. Still plenty of force, however. Just need to get through there. Here comes 120 soon, Woody. This is definitely going to be one of the slower attacks of this war so far.
Tough finish for Chien, as he knows that time is not on his side. With Dizzy Esports already fallen behind off of that last strike from Zahid, this is not going to be a good mid-war start for Dizzy Esports, now seeing their big time advantage crumble away as a rapid fast momentum shifter team has just really come in hard, Bash.
I think that was 125 there. I think I saw 135 on the clock. I'm just trying to keep as good of notes as possible so we have the most accurate information for you guys. Remember, Momentum Shifters was in the lead coming into this attack, and with that one being a little bit slower, they can definitely look to expand that lead. Even a 70-second attack really pushes this one where it starts getting out to that out-of-reach direction there. With only a few attacks left for Dizzy Esports, we'll have to see what Momentum Shifters can bring to the table, but the goal here has to be at minimum 75 seconds. If you go faster than that, you're in a really nice position going into the 4th and 5th attacks of the war.
Well, that is where we are at right now. A time lead for the Momentum Shifters, but can they hold on to it? This is a team that has performed extraordinarily well through the quarters and semis leading into today, but they haven't always had the quickest attacks. They slowed down a little bit when Synchronic got a miss against them. Phillips scoring a 2-star hit let the Momentum Shifters slow down to get a 1 minute and 29 second average time in their war, but they also scored a 1 minute and 17 second average time earlier against Gremlin Storm. That was the perfect war that we saw from them, and so expect to see something around that mark for this war, if not even faster. Both of their 2 attacks so far have been below that 1 minute and 17 mark, and so Dizzy Blast have got to be shaken now with only 2 attacks left to try to get back into the win column. It is becoming a very tight race between these 2 squads, Bash.
Yeah, and there's not much space left for Dizzy. If Momentum Shifters puts up something fast here, Dizzy's backs are going to be up against the wall. So really, I don't want to say there's a lot of pressure on this attack, but this is really a tone-setting attack here for the Momentum Shifters. If they can go quickly, not let them have any room to breathe, they can really finish this war strong. However, if they go a little bit slower, maybe 80 seconds, if they match 85 seconds there, maybe it allows Dizzy a chance to come back. It's going to be Leo coming in with more Root Riders. There is a lot of Super Barbarians. A couple were already deployed, 20 still in the army camps. The Giant Arrow there on the Queen, going to go ahead and shape her path. Royal Champions in there on the right. The King's already in, and here come all those Roots. It's going to be a surge to the middle of the base. Here comes the barracks, and then one Overgrowth. As that Rage Tower is getting ready to go off, we'll see the Overgrowth right after it. Should be, oh, maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, there goes the Overgrowth. I thought the Overgrowth would cover all that area, but decides to go with the Scattershot Monolith area instead.
Yeah, difficult call there, but he is going to get a big chunk of value shutting down a Scattershot and a Monolith. That is still going to be looking good for Leo as he's committed a lot of his troops really early on. The troops are still streaming out of the siege barracks, but the base is almost completely obliterated already. He's going to be having to wait now for the Overgrowth to wear out. It times out just perfectly as he shuts down that last Monolith with his final 3 spell, and it's going to be collapsing right to the core. Moss Leo has done it with another attack just barely over the 1 minute mark. Looked like 1 minute and 3 seconds. I think he is going to be extraordinarily happy with how that one finished off, Cash.
That's what I headed at. Also, Woody, 1 minute 3 seconds. That means Momentum Shifters are now up 25 seconds. That is dangerous territory if you're Dizzy. It is very hard to make up any time in these wars, let alone 25 seconds within 2 attacks. You're going to have to hope that Momentum Shifters has a mistake like you had, something where they have 80 seconds, and then you're able to go make up a little bit of space. But you have to take this one attack at a time. You can't try to get it all back and force a mistake. You have to be patient, stick with it, and just bring your best attacks to the table. You don't have any other time. Now is the moment. Let's see what Dizzy Esports has.
I'm looking forward to seeing what they've got to show us, Bash, because I know that this is not a war that they're going to give up easily. This is certainly going to come down to the wire, and with still plenty of opportunities to show their best. We have got a war still yet ahead of us, and they've got tough bases. Remember that as well. Synchronic got a 2-star hit against them, so you know that they can hold up against some tough foes. Is that going to be the case later on as the attacks get even more high stakes, where one of these players just starts to crumble under the pressure, or are we going to see that 15-15-star war that we would have enjoyed to see between Gremlin Storm and Momentum Shifters? The only one so far today, but that sadly was not on our main screen. I guess the same could be said of Dizzy Blast versus Furious 5, another 15v15 war that we did get to see. But the first one on the main stage could be here and now between Dizzy and Mo.
Yeah, hopefully so. I mean, just sometimes that's how it works out. We can't really predict these things. We don't know how these wars are going to go, but we have a good one on our hands right now. Now, my wonder is if this one is slow or just average, or maybe we kind of have like an even exchange here. Is there a player on Dizzy that is comfortable with the fireball attack, with the fireball rocket loons? Because when you get down 25 seconds, that's really the only way to make up that time, is really going like sub 1 minute. So do they have that trick in their bag? I mean, I don't know if anyone out there has ever tried that. That's a very hard thing to pull off. I mean, we saw earlier, one Tesla pops up and the whole attack kind of gets thrown out of whack when you're trying to get that massive value.
Yeah, that is certainly a terrifying spot to be in, and something that they are definitely going to want to try to avoid at all costs. They know that time is not in their favor, and even though they've got to be taking some pretty big risks now to try to get back in the lead, they do not want to sacrifice those reliable 3 stars. But with our time now showing the longest hit out of the war so far, Chen giving us 1 minute and 25 seconds, it's a pretty appreciable lead for the momentum shifters, who do a really solid job at holding on to those leads throughout the middle and late seconds of the war. You know, it's so funny how like their name is almost like a prophecy. They do so well at coming back from behind and then holding on to that advantage. I'm really expecting them to do a stellar job in this next match, Bash.
Yeah, since we've seen momentum shifters and seen them play a ton, that I agree. Their name is so fitting for how they play in their play style. We got Den coming in with Root Riders and Valkyries. We are starting to see kind of a shift into more Valkyries as they're able to like kind of shred through the bases a little bit more. Earthquake goes in with that giant, or the spiky ball, excuse me, from the King, who pops his giant gauntlet, and then the Overgrowth. So that trick we talked about a little bit earlier, using the Earthquake, using the spiky ball to get some damage on that Town Hall. That Town Hall is very low now. Now, when all those troops come back, it should be no problem, but we'll deal with that here in about 28 seconds when the Overgrowth is gone. But so far, the troops are looking really good. Speed is looking fine here. 50 seconds elapsed.
50 seconds, and as the Overgrowth wears off, Den is just going to demolish this base. The Town Hall is going to be one of the last buildings to go down, as there's very little left. That is it. Dizzy has done it, and with a very difficult bar set for them, they are coming close to hurdling it. Den just north of the 1 minute mark is going to be able to bring that average destruction time down from 1 minute and 17, from 1 minute and 15 rather, probably closer down to the 1 minute and 10 second area now, as he's peeling off quite a few seconds from that last strike, Bash.
Yeah, that's what I like to see. I want this war close on that final attack. That's what I'm hoping for. I want this war within 5, 6, 7 seconds here on the last attack. That's why I'm cheering for Den there. I don't have a horse in this race. I just love good, close wars. And that's exactly what Dizzy needed at the right time. 1 minute, 2 seconds. Now, you got to hope Momentum Shifter slows down, because they have been so quick. What's their slowest attack so far? 116 with Ahmed? I mean, if they go 116 here, that's kind of what they need. That would give them 14 seconds back. It would put them back at an 11-second disadvantage, which is, I mean, you can make that up with one attack. I don't know, man. But this should hopefully get them a little bit closer on that time gap.
Yeah, I certainly think that they've got a shot at making this happen now, and especially with that really impressive follow-up from Dizzy. Mo shifters know that they cannot slack at all at this point. This is still a very close race between these two teams, and are going to be extraordinarily well positioned to finish off with the end of the war in sight now. We've only got a few attacks left, 2 for Momentum Shifters and that one final one for Dizzy Blast. But if Momentum Shifters start putting up 1 minute and 20, 1 minute and 30 second attacks like we saw from Dizzy Blast earlier on, that is going to produce a very awkward place for the final hitter here. Sean and Zekin, the last 2 to attack for the Momentum Shifters, know that all of the war is coming down to them, and not just the war, but the entire season's performance hinges on these next 2 hits from the Momentum Shifters, Bash.
Yeah, ultimately, I mean, this is our final cup. Grand finals start next week, so it does come down to this. I mean, if you're Momentum Shifters, though, you're feeling a little bit better because you already have that silver ticket. But I mean, you talked about it at the open of this match. I mean, we're talking $2,000 just for getting in, $20,000 for winning. That's a nice chunk of change. So you definitely want to try to make it to the grand final. You don't want to get eliminated here. You don't want to give Dizzy any opportunity to upset you with a come from behind win in the final 2 attacks. So I think they're still going to be going for it here. We might see some something crazy. Honestly, I think we see kind of the same of what we see in Root Riders or Dragons. Seems to be working really well for them. So I don't think we really see them deviate from that here in the 4th attack. No need to right now, right?
Yeah, I think you're right about that. This is still going to be a really tough position for them to like clinch, but I don't expect to see them going like off of the the book here. They've got a lot of great plans that they've executed well on already, and just expect to see them do more of the same high-level finishing blows here. They've got a 5-second advantage, so the momentum shifters are going to be trying to push that advantage even further now. With this big Root Rider assault along the top corner, Rage is down, and it's beautifully positioned as the Root Rider is going to path directly into it as they head toward those defenses. Tesla does pop up over on the left side, and that could cause a little bit of an issue there as one Root Rider is going to path outward toward it, but she'll join the rest of the pack there, and with another Rage spell down, momentum shifters Sean is going to freeze as well and pop that Eternal Tome to keep those troops safe, with Overgrowth now denying any damage from those big heavy defenses in the core.
The Overgrowth so crucial in these attacks. The Root Riders will go ahead and work through. They are going to be caught in the tornado for a split second, but that Queen was frozen there, so not taking too much damage. This one's actually looking really, really fast. This might be too fast for Dizzy Esports. However, the Town Hall does wake up here. Queen goes to ability. Here's 1 minute, but there's only a few buildings remaining. Sean is going fast and got to finish off just the Town Hall here, and we're looking at a minute and 8 seconds. So Dizzy does make up 6 seconds, but they are still trailing by 19 seconds, which is very, very tough.
Yes, super tough display of force now as the momentum shifters now have shown us yet another solid quick strike, giving Dizzy even more of just like the sweat dripping down their brow, the jitters in their stomach, the excitement, the anticipation, but also the fear that a failure to execute in their last opportunity could be the end of them, Bash.
Yeah, and it's not like Dizzy has done anything very wrong here. Their slowest attack is a minute 25 seconds, which really, that isn't too slow. It's just a small minor mistake, but momentum shifters have been on fire. From that opening attack from Ahmed with a 1 minute 16 seconds, they have all been sub 1 minute 10 seconds, with their slowest being 1 minute 8 after that. So they have picked up the pace. They've gone a lot faster, and that's what they needed to do. Now, Dizzy, you have to stay. You really need another 1 minute attack. You need to stay around there. I don't think you force it and try to go for sub 1 minute, like with something crazy. I mean, if you get sub 1 minute with what you're used to, with what you're comfortable with, obviously that's fine. But I don't think you force something crazy here. I think you just hope you're fast enough and they're slow enough that you can get this victory.
Yeah, I think that's the name of the game right there. Just speed, efficiency, not trying to do anything fancy. Keep your head above water, and momentum shifters should be able to slide onto the win. Dizzy Esports still giving us a very impressive showing, but just starting to slip and fall, stumbling with less and less time on each successive round.
Yeah, fifth and final attacks are coming up. We got one attack from each of these squads. If Dizzy Esports can somehow make up 19 seconds, they will move on to the grand final. So they need to be faster than momentum shifters by 20 seconds on this attack somehow, which, I mean, that's just a tall task, especially with how momentum shifters are playing right now. All of the odds are in momentum shifters' favors, but Dizzy looks to flip the table and flip the odds in their favor with this final attack that should be coming in any moment now as they're preparing their final troops. They're all in, Woody. Let's see what they have.
Let's do it, Bash. Hop on into the action as Dizzy Esports have got one more chance to show us how fast they can attack to try to get this average attack time down. They're at the 1 minute and 11 mark right now, which is 4 seconds slower than the momentum shifters. Multiply that across 4 different attacks, and you've got a 16-second deficit to try to close up for Jaga on the final round. Angry Jelly on that Barbarian King is going to get him locked onto defenses early on. 4 Druids is going to be an impressive healing switch into tanking combination, as the Siege Barracks over on the left side corner now is going to already get those Druids in the action, supporting the Root Riders along the top side, as well as the Arch Queen along the top corner now, already popping her ability and getting those healers out to help her out.
Here we go. Queen's in, King is in, Root Riders are all through the middle. King had Angry Jelly on there, but that actually forces him to the outside of that compartment. Warden ability will protect all the Root Riders as they're surging through the middle, but the King is going to go ahead and deal with the Ice Golems there, actually in a pretty nice spot where it doesn't hold up any of the troops. But the big thing here is look how far away that Town Hall is. Spiky Ball comes in, Earthquake comes in, here comes the Overgrowth just to keep everything in check. It's 45 seconds have elapsed, and Yaga is all in. Dizzy Esports has to go as quickly as possible and finish this triple out.
And they are going with rapid speed, Bash. They are passing the 1 minute mark now, though, and Jaga knows that he's got no time to waste. That overgrowth has taken a long time to wither away, and he's just losing those troops. He's committed so much early on to try to get this base down, and he is just missing out on his opportunity for the rapid, fast finish that he needed to clinch victory in a short amount of time. He's got a lot of troops left, and it is going to be a 3-star Bash, but at the 1 minute and 20-second mark already passed, I think that Jaga did not do enough for Dizzy Esports to pull them back ahead.
No, 1 minute, 22 seconds. That means that somehow momentum shifters, they need momentum shifters to be at 141, well, technically 142 for them to win this war, and I just don't see it. Momentum shifters have been on fire. They have been so strong throughout this war. They have been flying. It would take a really, really big mistake for them to be that slow on their final attack. This one is momentum shifters to lose, and they are looking like they should cruise to victory and into our grand final next weekend.
Really excited to see how that one is going to finish off. We have got very little time left for this final war. The last attack from momentum shifters just ahead of us now. And we are going to finally see if they can do it. A silver ticket team already qualified to the last chance qualifier, but yet without a position in the Snapdragon Pro Series finals. We are going to see now whether that performance in the last couple of months can be vindicated with yet another huge showing in this season's performance. I think that that would really cement momentum shifters as the team that is coming out far ahead of all the others, and to prove that they have really earned that super difficult spot to achieve, Bash.
Yeah, and the interesting thing here is we're going to have to see how all of the leaderboard plays out. I think admins might have to look into some tiebreakers there with the way this one has played out. We did have a few teams that were kind of secured in there, but I believe that fourth spot, maybe even the third spot in there, was going to be a little bit tricky to decide. So we'll try to keep you guys updated with that as much as we can and as we get any words. But that one might be something you might have to check out on our socials and in the Discord as the admins work that out. That might come out maybe even tomorrow as they get those final details, because they don't want to rush a decision and make a mistake there. So I would definitely recommend following us on X, joining the Discord. That way also you don't miss any info for any future Snapdragon Pro Series events.
All right, we do know that SRG and STMN will have their second tiebreaker applied, but we have got to figure that out. So keep an eye out for which of those two teams are going to have the opportunity to move on alongside HTM Esports. We know have enough leaderboard points, Millesime MG and Synchronic. The winner of this competition also has got that spot secured with their performance. So let's keep our eyes peeled now, Bash, as that is going to be shaping up in a very short amount of time.
Zekin coming in now. This one is to put the nail in the coffin and get them to the grand final. They need 1 minute 40 seconds approximately. They have a little bit of wiggle room there, and honestly, with the way they're playing, this should be all but over for momentum shifters to get the victory and move forward. Here comes the overgrowth to go ahead and cover the town hall, both those expos and the monolith. The spiky ball goes ahead and surges forward. Also, plenty of troop support here. Actually, good poison. Those ice golems are away from everything. I really like that a lot. This is looking really good for Zekin.
Very excited to see how this shapes up for Zekin now, as he needs to just get a nice solid time in to finish this one out. And he's like basically done it at this point. Look, Bash, he is just closing in for victory, and it's got little to worry about now, as he is already marching into the town hall just barely above the 1 minute mark. That is not going to be too slow of a gap for the momentum shifters, and we can now announce and confirm victory for the momentum shifters on the first perfectly perfect war that we have watched today. Congratulations on a superb finish across the board to both of these teams. Dizzy Esports scoring 50 leaderboard points, but it is the momentum shifters ahead in the driver's seat.
Yeah, well earned. They definitely deserved that one. They went so fast throughout that whole war. Their attacks were really, really well done. It's not like Dizzy was that far behind them. They just had those couple of attacks that really, they weren't even misses. It was just a little bit slower. When you have a team that's going sub 1 minute, 10 seconds, almost every attack, it is tough to beat that. So big shout outs, big props to the Momentum Shifters on getting that victory, well deserved, but also props to Dizzy for getting here and putting up this much of a fight. Nothing but GG's to both of these squads, as this was definitely our best war on the broadcast. I was really happy to see a much closer one here, Woody, if I'm going to be completely honest with you.
Yeah, this was razor thin margin of victory until the very end, but it is now confirmed and on the history books. The Momentum Shifters have done it and are going to be marching forth to victory with another big notch on their belts, Bash.
Yeah, very, very, very well earned for them. I love it. I love it. Look at that bracket, man. We had some really big names here today. Some really tough names. I mean, I still can't believe Millesime went out in the first round. Most Momentum Shifters going through Gremlin Storm, Synchronic, and then finally Dizzy Blast to get the victory, taking out a golden ticket winner in the process. If you're Momentum Shifters, you got to be feeling good going into next week's grand final, right? Like, they have to have, no pun needed here, but all the momentum, right?
Yeah, they do. Exactly what we need to see from them is just even more pressure applied onto these teams that are just starting to recognize that this is a team that is going to be super tough to contend with in the last stages of these wars. We are super impressed so far by how these teams have been able to perform, but Momentum Shifters are really showing us that they are the team that is the hottest right now. They are the one squad that you cannot underestimate, or they will come from behind and rip the rug out from under your feet with an excellent finish. So congratulations to them, Bash.
Yeah, agreed. I echo that sentiment completely. They did just that in that war. It's not the first time we've seen them do that. They've done that time and time again. They step up when they need it. I like the squad a lot. I think this team can kind of go in there and mess up some of these bigger teams, kind of mess with the momentum of the other teams, as we have some big names waiting in the wings. Again, we're still waiting for the leaderboard here, trying to see if we can get any final stats and final numbers for you guys. So we're just hanging out. Be patient with us here, as we're just waiting to see if we can get things updated for you guys and get any kind of final words on what those final 4 slots might look like.
All right, not very much time now separates us out between the end of that last match and the conclusion of our stream with the final announcement of teams that are going to be advancing on. I'm taking a quick look over at chat just to make sure that everyone's on the same page and excited to be looking forward to the next week of competition, where we're going to have even more awesome wars ahead for you guys to enjoy. Bash, so far, I think that the storyline for this week has got to be victory for the underdogs, teams that didn't have golden tickets in both Dizzy Esports and Momentum Shifters closing out the finals when there were 2 squads, Millesime MG and Synchronic, that were already worlds qualified. It seems like the story, and maybe Tribe is happy about this too, teams that aren't qualified are having the times of their lives, putting in so much work and then getting rewarded as a result. Do you think that there's anything else to like read into on that front?
I mean, you brought up Tribe there. If you're Tribe, you've got to be happy that Momentum Shifters make it, because they already have a silver ticket. So that's one less team that may take that silver ticket away from them. Now, a silver ticket's not a guaranteed spot in Worlds, but it is a ticket to that last chance qualifier, and Tribe does not have that yet. So they need any opportunity they can get. So we could very well see next weekend, maybe whoever wins our grand final doesn't need that golden ticket, or the silver ticket, excuse me, so it goes to maybe that second place team, or maybe even that third place team, because we have some other qualified teams in there as well. So next weekend could be very interesting in the broader scope of our whole esports tournament, as there's a lot on the line even for the Worlds tournament, not just here in the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yeah, well said. And I think that's exactly what we can look forward to now, with these 2 teams showing us exactly who is going to be advancing on. We'll take a look at the leaderboard now and also confirm for you the position of the squads that are at the top here now. We have got Synchronic in the #1 leaderboard position, having qualified every week for all 4 cups. They did not win any of them, but they did take 70 points, and that will ensure that they are going to be the team advancing onward to the Snapdragon Pro Series finals next week. We've also got Millesime MG and HTM Esports right behind them at that 60-point mark. But then it's a really tough position for the number 4, 5, and 6 team. STMN Esports, SRG Esports, and Dizzy Blast, all with 50 points, are going to have to go down to a tiebreaker to determine which ones are moving on.
Well, I know production was saying that STMN had the tiebreaker over SRG Esports, but I don't know if they have that tiebreaker over Dizzy. So that's something we will be keeping a look on. I don't know if that 4 spot is official. I guess that's the last thing we will be looking forward to. Like I said, we'll probably have it out on socials and the Discord, but we can confirm our top 3 because the points are clear as day. Look at that. We got 2 golden ticket winners. HTM Esports, they have a silver ticket if I'm correct, right, Woody?
HTM does have a silver ticket.
Yeah, so that's what at least 4 teams that don't need a silver ticket in there. Just from our leaderboard, well, I guess 3 teams from our leaderboard, 4 teams with the winner today. So, our grand final could be very, very interesting. This actually shapes up really nicely for a team like Tribe. I mean, that's kind of been our storyline throughout this season, is Tribe kind of needs this, and it's kind of shaped up in their favor here, the way the leaderboard played out.
Yeah, and I'll just point out again also that it's HTM Brazil in particular that has that last chance qualifier ticket. The HTM organization has got 2 different teams, and it's the Brazilian team that's the reigning world champions that hold the silver ticket to the last chance qualifier. That's really all I had to say about that. I wanted to make sure that everyone out there is also able to give thanks and appreciation to Maxi, our other co-caster. Bash, it's been great casting alongside you again today, and I'm really looking forward to next week. Thanks also to Supercell and everyone who's been working behind the scenes at production to put on an awesome show today. But huge thanks to the players for the effort that they have put for weeks into this competition. We have now closed out the open portion of this event and are going to be going to the closed bracket with $50,000 up for grabs. I know that you guys are going to want to watch these matches because they're going to be even bigger, better, closer, and more exciting than the ones that we've seen so far. With so much on the line, make sure to follow us here, subscribe, and stay apprised of all the awesome shows that are ahead of us. But Bash, you take the last word and close us out for the night, please.
Everything Woody said there. Thank you all to watching. Thanks to all of our teams. Thanks to our production. Thanks to our crew. Thanks to all of our sponsors for making this possible. We'll see you guys next week with our grand final, a 2-day double elimination tournament. You guys aren't going to miss that. Silver tickets on the line. We'll see you guys next week at the Snapdragon Pro Series.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!